In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Oh no, guys, wait. We might need to restart the music. I haven't updated the standings. Oh, shit. Oh, boogers and butts and farts and poops. You know what? I think I can get this done in a minute. And I don't want you guys looking at my sweet, juicy ass while I do it. So I gotta put numero uno, Nick the Milkman, Walter, and Loopy. So I got, you know what? Restart the music, put the screen back up. I'll be right there. We'll bang this thing out in no time. All right, there we go. Welcome. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, we can start the show now. I'm so sorry. We're ready to get started. Sorry about that. Sorry. It's a very Midwestern thing, by the way, to apologize for everything. I hate that. You feel like such a bitch, like when you're at a store, you're at the mall, you're anywhere. Oh, I'm sorry. If you're a Patrick Melton fan, a mall and a store is a place where people go when they leave their homes to get goods or to socialize. Or never mind, you'll figure it out. So anyway, you'll go to a store, you go to the mall, and someone will be in your way. And again, this is a very Midwestern thing. Some of you might be like, wow, you guys are fucking aliens. And you're right, in a way. But a lot of us are just German and we're superior. Slavs, right? Ugh, yuck. Anyway, the Polish, their faces are weird. They're not, like, Slavs don't seem like they're part of the same race as, never mind. Look, so you're at the store or you're at the mall and someone will be in your way. They're clearly obstructing, like people who are in a passageway. People are outside of an aisle. They're in the main lane there and they're stopped. It's like when you're at a state fair or you're at any kind of big event and there's a walkway. Walk down me. I'm the walkway. Lead me to the building. Fuck you. I'm really on one today. I'm sorry. The ADHD is wild at the moment. So people who stop in the middle of a thoroughfare, as the kids call it in the Generation Z, when they're in the middle of a thoroughfare and they're holding up traffic, but you walk towards them, and this is a very Midwestern thing. We'll go, oh, I'm sorry. And you'll go around. We got to stop apologizing. It's time for a cultural shift in this country. And I understand that this is how the beer hall putsch started, and this is a very, Hitler rallying the troops kind of a thing. I apologize. We have to begin a cultural reversal in this country where we stop apologizing for being white men. No, we have to stop apologizing for them being assholes and being in the way. Like that has to be a thing that we have to knock off. We need to start. I'm not saying we need to immediately go to war and start chastising all of the people who do that, who stop in the middle of a walkway or a thoroughfare. But what we do need to do is we do need to start passive aggressively shaming those people. See, if we do this in small steps, Midwesterners can accomplish it. One thing Midwesterners won't do is take a drastic action right away. One thing Midwesterners will do is slow, passive aggressive change. Ow. Again, allow me to change the subject for just a moment. In my sleep, not last night, but the night before, I don't know what kind of dream I was having, but I bit the fuck out of my tongue. And you know when you bite your tongue just right on the side and it feels like you bit a piece of it off, and then the next day you get that giant swollen bump where your tongue doesn't fit inside your teeth? I was just as I was talking, I kind of bit down on that sensitive area. Fuck, that hurt. Look, guys, it's going to be a ride today. It's going to be a ride. I got the adrenaline going. I'm very excited. Yesterday, boy, I mean, you talk about making the anti-steel toe world dance to your tune. Yesterday could not have been a bigger win for the toe. It was Keanu texted me last night. I wake up in the middle of the night sometimes, check the time, see how much time I have left to sleep. And I woke up one time last night, and I checked my text. Keanu texted me. She's like, oh, my God, Melton is having a breakdown right now. He's almost crying on stream, and even his audience is turning on him. And I'm like, oh, this is great. And I couldn't find anything about it because nobody clips a fucking guy because they think he's a creep. But it was, honestly, this is very funny. We'll get to that in a second. But honestly, it was like my birthday yesterday. I mean, anytime he has to go live to try and counteract me, it's because something really bad happened for them and they want to try and get out in front of it. And boy, did they try yesterday, and boy, did they fail. And I guess that led to a middle of the night meltdown. And again, it was just steel toe standing still and everyone else losing their mind around him. It's that goddamn easy to post another win for the toe. So then I get a comment this morning. One of his fans, legit, I'm not kidding, wrote me a 4-paragraph comment on a video from 6 months ago. They were so upset about what Alyssa Clips put out there. Alyssa Clips posting something that confirmed the hack, the illegal access and sharing of my personal data, which is being investigated by 2 law enforcement entities at the moment as a crime. And Patrick's very nervous about that, and Nick obviously terrified about that. But it's his stupidity that caused it. Alyssa Clips posted confirmation of this yesterday. And this Melton fan, they must have been in their Discord all day yesterday being like, how do we make this not true? This guy went back 6 months to a show where I mentioned, hey, Alyssa Clips sent me a DM. And he goes, no, here's proof that you're lying. And he wrote 5 paragraphs. He's like, you talked about Alyssa in this clip, and in this clip, in this clip, you talked about her, so maybe that's what he was talking about. It's like, no, retard. It's online. We posted it. She sent an email, and I sent her an email, and then 4 days later, Nick DMs her about that specific email. So we have made them cope so bad that they're digging through 6 months of steel toe material to try and find something that makes the big bad steel toe man not right. And they still failed. It's so wonderful. It feels so good. It really sends me to a wonderful place. And, tomorrow we get to get the ball rolling on putting everything behind us and moving forward and all that stuff. I was already very excited about that. We got a new camera coming in. We got a new sign coming in. We got a new set we got to build. You guys 7 of the past 8 weeks have been perfect goal-wise. This week is perfect goal-wise. Thank you, Miss Tay, for finishing off yesterday morning. Keep it going. Thank you, Michael, for the $20. Appreciate that. It's just aces, man. It's all coming up aces for the old toe. John Jamingo says a big win for the toe. Big John Jamingo's back in the fold after he had a little hissy fit there for a while, but Big John's back on the team toe, and I like that. People talking about the walking around like an asshole in public. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, Aaron, this is a really roundabout way to explain that your autism manifests in occasionally doing opiisms from 2009. Please stop. You're making everyone uncomfortable. Respectfully. Opie could definitely not have a wonderful stream of consciousness ADHD rant like I just did. Thank you very much. Clopogram on me biting my tongue says, dreaming about Nick again. Hulkamasha baby theorizing, were you dreaming of food again? That's a fat kid's dream. I bit my tongue. Chips and Diff. Are you sure your boyfriend didn't bruise it? Oh my God. I can't tell you guys things. Clopogram says each YouTube person seems to say they made the other freak out. It's weird. I'm fed up with this internet shit. I can't help it that in the Toes case, it's true. You got to admit there's something weird about this show. It makes people lose their fucking mind. It really makes them lose their fucking mind. Let's go to, oh God, there's the pedos are nervous. Society doesn't want them around. Renewals came due today too. What renewals? Oh shit. JB Gunner TV says, good morning, asshole. See, that's what I like to hear. Thank you, boys and girls. And numero uno Josh Denny fan with $1 says, I'll stop the world to melt in you. I've seen the Hunchback and it's getting bigger all the time. Thank you. Very poetic. Very poetic. Sam Show says, you do rile up retards. I mean, I can't help it. We rile up retards on this program, and we're very good at it. Thank you, Michael, for starting us off with $20 today. That was very nice of you. Even $300 for today. So look at that. 2 hours to drop that down to $200. You guys have got it. It's going to be another no-beg day. No beg yesterday, no beg today, and it worked. Both shows knocked it out. Just said, you know what? And, somebody gave me this advice a long time ago, and you know me. I don't adopt the advice until it's my idea. Just give them the overtime. Let them know how far away we are, and they'll knock it out themselves. And I trusted you yesterday, and you did it, and hot damn, I appreciate it. So Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, we'll tell you where the goal is after each contribution. We'll tell you how to add to it, and after that, it's on you guys. I did order a new camera. I'm nervous to show you guys what I ordered because, like, if it's cars, if it's anything else, you show anyone like a house you like, or a car you like, or a camera you like, or a piece of equipment you like. Everyone's gonna have something to say about it. The one thing I wouldn't mind showing you guys is the electronic whiteboard that we want to have for the scorekeeping. That I wouldn't mind showing you because what the fuck do I know about it anyway? But like, if I show you guys the camera, it's just going to be a litany of people going, oh, that one's shit. Oh, that one's good. That one sucks. You should get this one. So I'm not ready. The sign is badass. The sign is going to be really awesome. And it looks like the sign is going to take up much of the backdrop here. I'm thinking curtains. I'm thinking the white lady shiplap idea. I gotta, curtains wouldn't be bad. Curtains are not a terrible idea. You do the curtains, you part the curtains for the sign, you do the thing. Maybe we do a background shiplap and we do curtains. I don't know. But I got a weekend to figure that out. Camera's going to be here on Friday. It's very exciting times for the toe. But no, I don't want to show you guys because you'll make fun of me. And I'm very, very sensitive. Kloppo says, also, we know your guests for the golf tournament are 100% Kiki and Gino. Are you not worried about a lot of people refusing to be anywhere near those two? I never said that it was them. I spoke to someone today who's part of this, or I spoke to someone 2 days ago, who is part of the anniversary show surprise. And it's a solo person. It's not a couple of person. How dare you? Let's go to Annoyed Wawa Supervisor. Says, please tell me you ordered a Lumix and not some off-brand piece of shit. I'm not going to tell you what brand it is. I'm not going to tell you anything about it because you're just going to yell at me and tell me how stupid I am and how terrible it is and how awful it is. It's good. I looked up exactly what I needed. I looked up what was perfect for what we do. I looked up something that was nice and everything and checked all the boxes, okay? It works great for me. Now, some people are going to probably like it, and they'll go, wow, that's awesome. That's fantastic. And then other people, even if they like it, will go, oh, it's fucking gay. That's awful, dude. You suck. You're terrible. I don't want to go through that. I already have no confidence in my ability to acquire anything technological. I don't have any confidence in my ability to pick out the right thing. I actually did my homework on this. I made the right call. So it took me forever, and I don't want to show it to you guys so that you can go, oh, fucking fail, dude. Gay shit. My heart's not ready for that yet. So forgive me. You will, when the picture is different or the set looks different, then you guys can go, nice camera, dickhead. Well, you fucking fuck that one up, you stupid piece of shit. You'll have your time. I'm not going to show you in advance so that all weekend I can second guess myself about what a retard I am. Toad Climbs Mountain says, what's wrong with the cameras we got? Some people say, hey, it looks great. It looks fine. These people are stupid. Other people say it gets blurry. So we'll figure, we got something better coming. Rusty Grammar says, even if it's awesome, we'll find a way to tear it down. Right? Concrete Petey says, anything over 1080p doesn't matter. True high def isn't supported with current technology. Home run. 1080p, perfect for 1080p, 60 FPS. That 60 FPS is crucial. That's what I learned. If you've got a 4K camera, doesn't really matter. If you have 30 FPS, but I learned a lot by reading, but I didn't learn enough where I can feel like I can talk to you about it without you guys nitpicking and making me feel like a retard. $1 from 383 Novocaine says it may be a good camera, but the operator makes it work. It's junk. Look, the camera I have now is probably very good. I could probably give this camera to anyone else, and they'd make it look fantastic. I had to get something that's retard proof. I had to get something where it basically you punch in what you need and it takes care of yourself. It just takes care of it for you. That's what you need. That's what I need. Holcomb says, you don't spend all day second guessing yourself. Someone still has pride, I see. We can crush that. I know you can. I know you. I'm very aware. Thank you, 383 Novocaine. Thank you, Numero Uno. And thank you, Michael. All right, starting off, Mike Erb with $1 says, does this mean you'll stop bumping the camera? Yes. I also had to grab one that had its own stand and rigging and setup and the whole deal. Don't worry. Red Slime recommending Fisher-Price Baby's First Stream setup. Thank you. Thank you. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, I heard that Mersh was looking to buy your current piece of shit camera. You could make some sweet bucks. I mean, I don't want to take advantage. I mean, the guy's got to get a few car payments under his belt before he should be buying cameras. Kloppo, you're losing your touch, buddy. Red Slime already beat you to the Fisher-Price joke. I'm sorry, Kloppo. You know what? I have expectations of you just like you have expectations of me. And Red Slime beating you to the punch, that wouldn't have happened 30 days ago. What's going on? Talk to me, Goose. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, I needed something with rigging. Is also why that contractor dropped Nick as a client. No, I'm not building a 14-year-old's dream sex dungeon. That's not what I'm trying to build. It's not what it is, you guys. It's a camera. I swear to God, it's only a camera. I am very excited for that new sign to get here. That's gonna be getting dropped off on Thursday afternoon, and I'm very pumped about it. All right, let's get started. Enough of the jibber jabber, boys and girls. Let's get down to business. 300 is your number for this morning. A nice, cool, even 300. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, Venmo, gifted memberships. You see someone in the Rumble chat without a membership, that is a rarity. Go ahead and gift one and hook them up. So here's how the standings look so far. I like the spread this week. There's a lot of people at 20, a lot of people at 15, 10, 5, touchdown. A lot of small contributions. I love that. And we've got basically 4 new names on the board. These are names that have not been on the board in a couple of weeks. We got Numero Uno in first place. We've got Nick the Milkman in second. We've got Walter in third. Numero Uno in first at 101. Oh, there goes the marker. Nick the Milkman in second with 75. Walter in third with 65. And Loopy is in a 3-way tie for fourth with 50. Oh, no, I dropped my pen. Got one. I got a black one. Yay! That's what I always say. All right, let's get down to it, guys. We got, look, it's a busy rest of the week for me. Tomorrow is a huge day, and we'll probably be able to talk about it Friday morning. I'm guessing sometime this afternoon I'll kind of have my last little conference, my last little heart-to-heart, as we call it in the biz, with the old attorney, and we'll kind of have, I'm not expecting any surprises tomorrow. We're ironing out some of the last finer points. We're also getting a little schemy. We can smell a little blood in the water, and we're just pressing your advantage. Somebody sent me an email yesterday, and they're like, "You fight the whole thing the whole way. They got nothing." Blah 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 blah. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. The whole thing is geared towards giving you something you'll want, so you don't take up any more of their time. And I've got that. And a lot of times in life you get greedy when you let let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I mean, there's really only one step that's more perfect than what we're staring into tomorrow. And I gotta sleep on that for a day, I got to sleep on that a little bit. It's just nice, in this whole process to finally have the ball in your court. It is, you're more comfortable with that feeling. All right, let's go into some local news, shall we? A little local fare. St. Cloud State, this is a college town. People forget that because they've been trying to kill the college for so long. It's no fun. The whole draw of St. Cloud State University used to be that it was a party school. It was one of the top 10 party schools in the country. Then it stopped being a party school. They said, hey, let's crack down on underage drinking, which is always great for recruitment to a college campus. And it went from being, so it was a party school that you went to when you couldn't get into the U of M. That's what St. Cloud State always was. So a lot of people wanted to go to the U, couldn't get in. They'd go to St. Cloud State. Boom, perfect. It's only an hour away. Can still visit all your friends. And it just, so basically it was a school full of retarded high school kids who really liked drinking. And it's also Division II in like football and basketball, so you can still get some decent athletes if you try. It's Division I in hockey, so you can get some D1 athletes in there, some future NHLers. So St. Cloud State had a nice niche carved out for itself, but it was never an academic powerhouse. Then this guy named Potter took over the school, and he said, you know what we should be? An educational powerhouse. We should be, oh my God, we should be an international hub. The more color here, the better. I mean, I think it was Earl Potter. Earl Potter, the dean of St. Cloud State, was like early on DEI type of guy. He was DEI before DEI was cool. And so he said, enough with the partying, enough with the underage drinking. Let's have the cops issue minors and crack down on parties and shit. So now all of a sudden, all the retarded kids who couldn't go to the U were like, well, where do I go now? All I wanted to do was drink and skip class. Well, Mankato, which is an hour and a half south of the University of Minnesota, said, we'll take all the retards. We're respectable down here in Mankato. Did I tell you that Adam Thielen went here? Come on, Mankato State. Mankato State also D1 in hockey. So Mankato State, all of a sudden, they start getting all the kids that St. Cloud State used to get. And now St. Cloud State has like a couple of retards from this area that couldn't get into St. John's. Their parents couldn't afford the private school. And then like a bunch of people, like Asian kids and Somalis. So it's just, they're taking down apartment buildings. They're removing university office buildings. I mean, they're downsizing the whole thing. It's very depressing. Well, now they're set to lose more students because becoming an international hub has now made it so that a lot of the students at St. Cloud State are not legal citizens. They're here on student visas. And with the Trump administration cracking down on student visas, well, that means we might lose a few more. This is the latest from yesterday, reported by Fox 9.
Tonight, a U of M student detained by ICE remains jailed. He had his first court appearance today in federal immigration court. Dokon Ganaiden was arrested outside of his St. Paul apartment last month for a DWI in 2023.
Yikes.
At today's hearing, his lawyers argued that prosecutors are using a charge usually reserved for terrorists to try to deport him. But ultimately, the judge delayed a decision on bond until Friday. The 28-year-old will have a chance.
That's kind of one of the things that the Trump administration is using as kind of a precursor to have a... I don't know why they're doing this, because I always thought if someone was here illegally, you could just kick them the fuck out. Like, you came here illegally, you have no legal standing to be in the United States. Sayonara, get out of it. But the Trump administration, for whatever reason, probably something to do with lawyers, they're now like, all right, find me a criminal record on people who are here temporarily or on a visa, or if you can find a crime, that's great. If you can find a crime and an expired visa, that's even better. So any ticky-tack thing that you've got on your record, the Trump administration is going to use it to kick your ass out. Now, there's nothing wrong with that, of course. They're illegal. They don't have a right to be here. But it is leading to, when you go from Donald Trump going, find me a reason to kick these people out, and what you had before was the Biden administration going, find me a way to get these people registered to vote, for fuck's sake. It's a bit of a culture shock.
Chance to testify on Friday. Well, this is one of several cases involving international students in Minnesota that are now facing deportation.
And tonight we are digging deeper into what rights international students have and don't have. Fox 9's So-Young Kim joins us in the newsroom.
So-Young,
So
Kim.
Multiple St. Cloud State students had their status records terminated.
Randy Kelsey, that's
I mean, finding it illegal in St. Cloud, Minnesota has got to be like, finding a loose pussy in a whorehouse. I mean, it's not exactly the most difficult thing to do. Also, you know, a lot of people look at like central Minnesota and like Farmville, Minnesota, and they go, illegals, why would you have that problem? Dude, think about it. Farming? Come on.
Right, but the reasons for the termination.
The turkey plants, too. We got a lot of livestock plants. A lot of turkey and chicken. We got this Jenny O all over the place. Oh, yeah. There's some illegal business going on there. Could you imagine if America gave a fuck about prosecuting rich people, what we could do to some of these corporations? Because it's, you know, we forget about this. You know, the Trump administration's a little more friendly to the corporate world than it is the individual. And it is illegal to employ illegals. It's against the law for a business to hire illegal workers. And if you held corporate America to the same fire, if you held their feet to the same fire that you hold these college students, you'd have a lot of fines and maybe some jail time being handed out.
Nations are not exactly clear at this time. Here's what we do know. A St. Cloud State University spokesperson tells me at least 2 international students recently had their records terminated by the federal government from the SEVIS database, which is...
You know who doesn't have their records deleted and the people paying enrollment kicked out of your school? Drunken retards. You know, the people you threw off to Mankato and told them to get the fuck out of here? Yeah. Turns out those kids are all legal and all their checks clear and all their student loans check out. You don't have to worry about them getting, you know, sent back to wherever the fuck they came from because they came from just, you know, the Randalls from down the street. It's almost like, 30 years ago when you decided to kick all the drunken assholes out. It's still kind of having repercussions to this day, guys.
Is the Student and Exchange Visitor Information System. It's the system that provides proof of legal status and good standing. The university says it was not made aware of the terminations ahead of time. We spoke with a legal expert based in the St. Cloud area.
Well, back in like 2004, 2005, a lot of students weren't told that you couldn't drink on campus anymore, that they were actually going to enforce the rules. I'm sure that sucked for them, too.
Who says that process was unusual. He says typically if an international student fails to meet requirements to maintain status, the school would be involved in initiating any actions necessary.
It seems the process has been reversed, where it's the State Department that decided who is fit to enter.
Well, you know why? Because they know if they tell the universities aren't going to enforce the rules. If they tip off the universities, they'll do what they can to keep the student there. The Trump administration wants to deport them. They want to kick them out of the country. That's their policy. That's their immigration policy. If you're even the least bit here illegally, get the fuck out. If they tell the universities are going to start filing injunctions. There's going to be all kinds of court paperwork. If you just delete them out of the system on the sly and then go get them, there's a lot less fight. I mean, there's a reason they won't tell you guys. They won't tell you guys because they know, what side you're going to fall on.
And I understand that's their right as the issuer of the visa, but also who to kick out and the reasons are not obvious to us who observe that process.
When recently asked about student visa incidents on college campuses across the country, Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the administration has been consistent on its reasons behind immigration policy.
The overwhelming majority of student visas in this country will not be revoked, because the overwhelming majority of people that are coming to this country to study are not involved and associated or aligned with organizations that seek to do damage in this country.
And according to the Department of Homeland Security,
that's just it. I've been critical of the First Amendment crackdown by the Trump administration. I don't like it. But, a lot of this stuff is if you're a student and you're going to get whipped up into something where you're blocking entrances and you're storming buildings and you're doing shit like that, you don't have the same protections a citizen does. That's just a fact. And if they're looking to kick you out, way to go on giving them a reason. I don't like that people who are protesting against Israel seem to be getting unfairly targeted for punishment and deportation. It makes me worry about the First Amendment. But then on the flip side of that, when you got fucking people who are here on a visitor's educational school visa and they're running into buildings and they're storming shit and they're blocking shit, it's like, yeah, dude, you're kind of asking for it. There's an old saying, be on your best behavior. And if you're here temporarily on a fucking student visa, be on your best behavior because you're on thin ice to begin with. Got to be smarter than that. So the Trump administration is just yeeting people, as the kids say, just deleting them, just getting them out of the database, and then going to the school and going, hey, we need to, ICE needs to talk to this student of yours. And you're like, you can't. They're in the visa database. They're right here. Hey, wait a minute. Could you point us to the direction of where they would be right now? We'd appreciate it. Thank you. Coltrane says, so the ones getting booted are on the policy's radar for stuff. Well, one of them from St. Cloud State had a DUI. And while getting a DUI doesn't seem like a reason for getting kicked out of the country, if you have an administration that's looking for reasons to kick people out of the country, a DUI will give you one. They'll give you that reason. The DUI will. So Zen Man Builds is absolutely right. He says peacefully protesting and being a disruptive cunt are two entirely different things. They are. He ain't lying. All right, let's move on to our next. This is the one I really want to sink my teeth into today. This is the one that'll take us into the next hour. $300 away from today's goal. Just throw in Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. It's been a pretty smooth week so far. I'd like to see that continue. We've had a theme this week of rallies starting before the show starts. 20 came in from Michael before the program. I was really excited for that. Also, I have this pile of stickers next to me, and I have not really been letting these out this week. I promised I'd let these out, and I'm not doing it. Every contribution over $20 today, and we're going to throw the first 4 of those people a pair of 5.5-inch steel toe vinyl stickers. I have 4 from last night. I got Nick the Milkman, No Pen 15, Walter, and Numero Uno. Those guys are already getting stickers. Anything over $20 today, complimentary stickers with your donation. That's an offer for the first 4 people who do it until I go in that back room and dig up another fucking stack of stickers that I didn't know we had. Thank you, guys. Aaron, watch this first to save our souls. Are you sure? Because I got Sam Hyde talking shit about Tim Pool 2 days ago. Sam Hyde said that he's like, hey, I wonder what Israel's got on Tim Pool. Tim Pool doesn't seem to be criticizing Israel. I wonder what they've got on him. And then I shit you not, yesterday, Tim Pool goes on his show and says, hey, by the way, I had a secret meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu. Dude, I wish I could make this up. I wish I was that creative. Sam Hyde goes, I wonder what Israel has on Tim Pool. He doesn't seem to want to criticize Israel. Very next day, Tim Pool, hey, I had a meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu. They're like, oh, cool. Who was there? And he's like, well, it was held under Jewish rules. I'm not allowed to talk about who was there. That's how you get Epstein, by the way. You go to the secret meetings and they have you do something. You get caught up in the moment. You do some shit. You didn't know it was bad. You have a stripper sit on your lap and, she fucking sucks you off or whatever. And you're like, wow, this is fucking great. The Jews know how to treat a guest. And then the Jews, they take a picture or they get a video of you and they go, oh, by the way, honey, show them your driver's license. What? I don't have a driver's license. I'm not old enough to drive. You hear that, Tim? Here's her middle school student ID, dickhead. Now go talk about how great the IDF is and how they're defeating terrorists in Gaza. You show one picture of a dead Muslim baby, we'll make sure that this video finds its way to Fox News. So we have the Tim Pool, Sam Hyde moment. Then look, man, I think Nick Fuentes is a tool. I think he's a Fed. I think he's designed to be a little gay boy, so people are like, oh, look, that's how the right is, a bunch of little weirdo gay boys. But we do have, I will admit, I can also admit when Nick Fuentes is funny, and he was talking about Tim Pool, and he was quite, he was funny in like a gay little gossipy bitch way, which is his nature, but it was. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says, where's my magnets, bitch? You know what? Somebody made me some magnets. They made me a handful of magnets, and they gave them to me. And we never put them out for sale. It was just a personal gift. Someone gave us some steel toe magnets. You know what I'm going to do, numero uno? And I hope this is worth something to you. With your stickers today, when I package them up, I'm going to drop one of my very own magnets into that package. Are you happy? I'm going to do that for you. You're a generous man. You're very kind to this program. You're very funny. But I'm doing this. That's not why I'm doing this one. The stickers are for that. I'm doing this because you bitched at me. That's all it took. Klopogram says they offered Tim a magic hairpiece. Oh, is that what it is? Chips and Diff said for Tim Pool, it would be a dude, not a middle school girl. Oh, well, that's fair. Numero uno says, damn, you called my bluff. Yeah, I think that's worth at least another, at least another hundo, right? Oh, no, Kloppo, do you want me to play this one right now? You and I, great minds think alike. I have this story for today. Fuck it, let's do it now because I'm so excited about the Sam Hyde, Tim Pool thing. Like, I don't want to start doing it because I'm so pumped about it that, like, I don't want to lose it. So if you've got, let's do this one. We had this one ready to go for today. Did we have it in the No, you know what? We didn't have it in the first segment or in the first hour. Oh, let me jot down. I want to save the Tim Pool thing. We got to put a clip up today. And I think the Tim Pool thing. We got the Alex Stein clip from the other day is up on the channel if you want to watch that and throw it a like. But we're going to do the Tim Pool Sam Hyde thing. Tim Pool being Israel's bitch. Let's do the grave story, the pallbearer story. Oh, the Undertaker. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, I'm doing this because you bitched at me is also how the previous operations manager at Steel Toe Morning Show got the gig. No, I was tired of this every day. Oh, my neck. It just hurts so much and I can't take it with this job. I would do anything to get any other job. Oh, my neck hurts so much. Like, do you want to work with me on a show, even though you don't have any experience in this field? Oh, my God, thank you so much. You're the most amazing person. And the minute Chad Zumach makes fun of her, this is terrible. Why'd you do this to me? You're such a bitch. Sorry. You're right. You're right. It must be me. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, Aaron, that sounds like someone bitching at you. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. This is why you should wait before you marry someone so you get to know their full personality and not rush into it like a person with no impulse control. You live, you learn at 38 years old, right? Somebody says you gave her a job and she gave you back tickles, you fag. $1 from numero uno Josh Denny fan. With $1 says, if Ape's back hurt all the time, how'd she not get hooked on painkillers? She did talk about how much she liked, was it Vicodin? She did have some painkillers at the house, and she very rarely took them. But she did have them. And she would talk about how, oh, man, they're so good and this and that. But I don't remember her. I don't remember her ever getting, like, prescriptions filled or anything like that. So, no, I don't think she got hooked on painkillers. Then again, she would leave this show 8 times in a show and not go in that bathroom there, but go all the way to that bathroom up there. And, Nick was I said no coke in this house, and Nick was sneaking her the bullets of coke during the show, coming back. How are you, everybody? Whoa, my eyes just went for a ride. So there was that. All right, let's go ahead and go to... See, you guys, it's never me. It's always a $1 super chat, somebody taking a little shot, and then I can't resist. And I'm like, all right, you guys... Aaron, we want story time. Come on. All right, gather around, children. All for a buck. Thank you, numero uno. All right, let's go to the pallbearer story. So this is like one of the most horrifying things that could happen at a loved one's funeral. Now, if it's your funeral, you don't give a shit, because you're dead. But like your loved ones, they want it to go smoothly. They want it to be as they call it, a celebration of life. This one had a bit of a dark moment.
First, we're going to begin here with a funeral burial gone terribly wrong. A grieving family is speaking out today after pallbearers fell into the grave while carrying the casket of their loved one in North Philadelphia.
Born and raised in the graveyard is where I spent most of my days, carrying caskets and relaxing all cool and all burying my buddy outside of school when a couple of pallbearers who were up to no good started getting stumbly in my neighborhood. I dropped one little casket. The priest got scared. All right. So, now, I don't remember. I've been a pallbearer before. I was a pallbearer for my grandma's funeral. And, well, she was in a mausoleum. So that was fucked up, by the way. I was at the back of the casket, right? And you put they have like rollers and whatever in the mausoleum there, in the little shelf. And you put the casket in there, and myself and one of my other younger cousins were like the last two that had to push it into the thing. I remember at the time I was like, oh, I don't like this feeling. I don't like, when you get asked to be like a groomsman at your buddy's wedding, and you're like, oh man, that's awesome. That'll be so much fun, man. It'll be a party. It'll be a good time. I can't wait. I'm excited. And then as a groomsman, you find out how much it costs to be one, and you're like, this is fucking bullshit. I'd like to be like at the tables with everybody. But, everyone thinks you're important. It's a status thing, I guess. That's fun, like being asked to be a groomsman. Being asked to be a pallbearer, not so much. But it's also like something you can't turn down. Being a groomsman, it's hard to turn it down, and you probably shouldn't. But you could be like, well, we got 3 kids and the wife doesn't want me to be away from you can pull something off. But pallbearer, it was the dead guy's wish that you carry his casket. Like, what are you going to do? Like, you know what? I mean, I appreciate that, but fuck him. Really, he's dead. What do we care? So these guys, I've never been a pallbearer where they bring them to the actual, like, the hole in the ground. I always thought, like, when I go to a funeral, it's always they have, like, a pulley or something. They have a system that lowers them into the hole in the ground. Like, the pallbearers don't walk the casket all the way and, like, set it in the hole. They bring it to, like, a stand, and then you put the flowers out. I thought, but then again, I'm Catholic. What the fuck do I know?
Platform above the burial site collapsed right from under their feet. Action News reporter Chad Pradelli joins us now live from
North. No. So, like, instead of, like, a really sturdy platform that fat Americans can get on top of to set the casket on the stand thing, the thing covering the hole just went Looney Tunes on them and collapsed in. And okay, I'm sorry. While everyone else at that funeral is gasping and going, oh my God, I got to turn away and cover my mouth and try not to laugh, because the idea of a bunch of middle-aged dudes carrying a casket just ass over tea kettle into a 6-foot hole, which isn't going to kill you. It's barely going to cause any kind of injury. That's funny. It's a moment of levity in an otherwise horrifying, terrible event like a funeral.
Philadelphia with further details. Chad.
Hi, Chad.
Yeah, this scary incident happened Friday here at Greenmount Cemetery. The family wants to know.
Scary? What, did you fucking die? I'd say what the guy in the casket went through leading up to this moment, that would be scary. Having to pitch a tent and sleep overnight in that cemetery, that would be scary. Although, people talk about that. They're like, oh, man, could you imagine if you had to sleep in a cemetery? Not really that frightening. I mean, there's no threat to you. Everybody in it's dead. They ain't coming back. Technically, you're probably the safest in a cemetery than really anywhere else. Everybody around you ain't going to hurt you. But I don't think a bunch of people falling into a grave is scary. If anything, it's kind of funny.
Why it happened, whether it could have been prevented, and they also want an apology, and it was all captured on video.
Maybe they should apologize, or maybe you shouldn't have 6 400-pound pallbearers. Maybe if these guys would trim up a little bit for the funeral, they wouldn't break the goddamn plywood. It's kind of like that scene in Shallow Hal where she breaks the chair, and they're like, what is this welded with? And he's like, steel?
Short steps. The pallbearers carried Benjamin Aviles to his final resting spot. As they began to lay down the casket, The platform above the burial site collapses.
Come on. Fuck off. That's funny. Nobody's getting hurt. Did you see how far they fell? All right, the only morbid, like, creepy part would be if the body fell out of the casket. That'd be a bit traumatizing for everybody involved.
Sending the men plunging into the burial hole.
It was just a horrible...
All right, first of all, take your fucking mask off. Second of all, if they don't play that clip again, so there's another minute and 14 seconds left in this clip. If they don't play the clip of them falling ever again, we'll know that the news people thought this was horrible. If they play it one more time, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt for clarity. If they play that clip more than once, again, that means they secretly know it's funny, they secretly know it's viral, and they're just trying to be as respectful as they can to the family. It's like the Joe Theismann leg break. You know, they're like, oh my God, this is horrible. Here it is from a reverse angle. Oh, isn't that tragic and awful? Here it is from the blimp. Here's an overhead look. All right, is it a horrible, catastrophic, hard-to-watch injury, or is it something you can't stop watching?
Incident that happened in a bad moment.
Aviles' stepdaughter, Maribel Rodriguez, says the men who fell into the hole all suffered injuries, mostly to their legs, hands, and back. Aviles' son suffered the worst of it.
There's one. See, there's one more time. All right, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt on that one. They've got a minute one left. If they play it again, they're fucking assholes, and they know it's funny, but they won't admit it.
Casket laid on top of him, and he was out like a light. His face was in the mud.
She and her family blame Greenmount Cemetery and the Rodriguez Funeral Home for what she calls subpar conditions for a burial. Maribel Rodriguez says no relation to the funeral home.
The whole thing was...
they didn't. Oh, they were that close. They were that close, those fucking cunts. See, they secretly know it's funny, but they don't want to be accused of being egregious. They know. They fucking know it.
It was like wobbly. It was unstable. It was all wet. And
Did you see those pallbearers? They weighed 250 apiece. Oh, I'm sorry. This usually holds. Bubba Ray Dudley powerbombed Spike Dudley through it one SummerSlam, and it seemed to be fine.
Both the funeral home and cemetery had no comment to Action News. Today, some boards and broken wood can be seen at the burial plot.
Look at how thick that wood. That was not thin wood. Look at that board. That takes some weight to snap in half like that.
And broken wood can be seen at the burial plot, but Aviles is finally laid to rest.
I think that they should apologize. I think that there should be some reimbursement.
Come on! 3 times in 2 minutes? Oh, it's terrible. It's tragic. It's so disrespectful of the grieving family. Here it is again. Check it out. 3 times in 2 minutes.
Being that the ceremony was interrupted, nothing was done properly.
And of course, at the end, she's like, I think they should give us some money. I think we're entitled. I'm like, oh, okay. We see what this is about. Go back to that part.
I think that they should apologize.
Yeah?
I think that there should be some reimbursement involved.
Reimbursement for what? If anything, you should reimburse them. Your fat pallbearers broke their lumber. Do you know how expensive that shit is now? There's tariffs out there, lady. You guys snapped suddenly very expensive lumber.
Being that the ceremony was interrupted, nothing was done properly.
What'd they do? Kill the guy you were there to for the funeral? I think you're fine.
And the family tells me none of the injuries is considered serious, and
none of the injuries are considered serious, you fucking Luddite. Jesus Christ. Look, man, if you're just talking to a guy, you're just having a beer, and he says some retarded shit, that's fine, whatever. But if you're a fucking news guy, can we hear that sentence again?
Done properly.
And the family tells me none of the injuries is considered serious.
None of the injuries is considered serious. And, you know, I thought about that the other day, and I thought, rarely is the question asked, is our children learning? Fucking asshole.
And the family tells me none of the injuries is considered serious and all are expected to be okay. Live in Northfield.
All are expected to be is okay as it is. Fucking asshole. Look, very sad, very tragic that this happened at the funeral. But let's not make this all about the Rodriguez funeral home. Hey, Holmes, we made you the 2x4 boards. That shit is usually stable. Me and Mijo, when we out digging graves, we never broke one of those things. We try karate chopping them on slow days. We can't even break them in half with our forearms. Julio, show him your forearms from digging all those graves, hey. Look at that. And he can't even snap one of those things. You guys should lose some weight or something, man. You're all fatty shit. Sorry. We got a $30. Hey, Francisco, you still got that $30 Walmart gift card? Hey, could you give that to him as like a sorry? All right. Thank you. Don't go spending it on snacks. You guys got to learn something from this. Thank you very much, Kloppo. We did have that story for later on, but I think that was good timing. I think that was good timing on your part. Gray Duckling with $2 on YouTube says they made a grave mistake. Gray Duckling with $2 says just saw the title, was trying to be corny. You did all right. That was the name of the story, yes, but you did just fine. Let's go to some of these. Let's go to $1 from Chevrolet JB says most fall deaths or deaths are from under 6 feet. Well, that's very ironic because most of the death falls are from under 6 feet, and those guys were 6 feet under. Hey-o. Professor Tie-Dye said, your pallbearers will be lucky. You're so full of shit. You're funeral. If you wouldn't have called me full of shit in the comment, I would have corrected your misspelling for you. But you insulted me. So now I'm going to read it as you sent it. Your pallbearers will be lucky. You're so full of shit, your funeral will an enema and shove you into a shoebox like a pet cat. Everybody gets the joke. They understand what you were trying to say, but they'll also know that you spelt it like an absolute fucking batard. Lab Glass with $1. By the way, batard is buffoon and retard. Lab Glass with $1 says, why was she interviewed in the homeless cot? Well, because the fall was so bad that she lost her home. You insensitive prick. How dare you? Thank you guys for all of those contributions. 295 is your number for today. Under 300 by 7 o'clock, so right on track. Go ahead and throw in if you feel like it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Welcome to No Beg Wednesday following No Beg Tuesday. We'll update you on the goal, let you know how you can contribute. You'll get your 30 minutes regardless, and we're not going to do that 5-minute rally shit at 9:55. So if you feel like rewarding us with your contributions, well, by God, do we appreciate it for putting on a fine show for you. Again, it's $2.95, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. The links are all at the top of each page if you feel like contributing. By God, do we appreciate it. All right, let's go to the Sam Hyde. Concrete PD says, this no begging is weird. I feel icky. Sam Show says you take away the one thing your people want, the begging. I thought they wanted a show, so I just wanted to get away from the begging and do a show for them. Hey, we'll know by the end of today if this is what they don't want. If I have any fans left and they appreciate that we're taking this step, they'll throw in, we'll knock it out, and we can keep doing it this way. If I really am just a giant fucking buffoon oaf goof, and they just want to hear me get desperate in the last 5 minutes, then that's going to be remarkably depressing, and we'll have to go back to that. But for now, it's working. Fingers crossed. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. Thank you very much. $2.95 is our number. Matt texted us earlier. Says, this was about me talking about how Dead Game says, you silly bitch, do the damn show. That's what I think. And if that is rewarded, we'll be fine. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says, message received, no more money for 3 hours. Hey, just remember, asshole, I still have those magnets. They are still in my possession. Thank you very much. Matt was commenting on my comment about the about the people stopping in like hallways and walkways and at fairs and shit like that. Matt says, no, it is time to start chastising all of the people who congregate in a walkway. Start pointing out how stupid and inconsiderate and selfish they are for blocking the entire pathway for all of the foot traffic trying to get through. Oh, by the way, Matt, if you're still listening today, go screenshot some shit on Twitter. Rakeda basically insinuated that you assaulted April, which I know you didn't. And I think he's lying, but also April has lied about being assaulted by people before to get the men in her life to feel sympathy for her, especially when she's facing any kind of criticism. So I will say this, Nick does lie all the time. I can't remember the last time he told the truth, but he may be a manipulative liar, but he hung out with a manipulative liar in her for a long time. So somebody's lying. But insinuating that it was Matt, and now he's going to do this wiggle thing when he gets scared. He goes, no, I didn't. I totally didn't. You did. You insinuated. Matt, if you'd like to take any action with that, if you'd like to do anything with that, go ahead and take some screenshots and let me know what you think. And if you need any help, I'm here for you, buddy. All right, let's do the Sam Hyde, Tim Pool thing. So a very, very interesting thing happened where one day, so April 7th, that would have been Monday, Sam Hyde wonders out loud, hey, I wonder what Israel has on Tim Pool that Tim Pool won't let people criticize Israel on his show, or Tim Pool won't criticize Israel on his show. Because, like, even normal people, like even people who don't dig too deep into shit since October 7th have been kind of looking at Israel and going, yeah, these guys really do seem to be egregious over there in that Gaza Strip. And like the way they treat the occupied people of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip since the 1960s. They really are second-class, not even citizens. They're just second-class humans. I mean, they really treat them like dog shit, ironically how the Germans treated the Jews in 1930s Germany. And Tim Pool doesn't really talk about that. And as soon as someone does start talking about that, Tim Pool seems to cut it off at the quick, right? Well, Monday, Sam Hyde wondered out loud, I wonder why that is. Yesterday, Tim Pool goes on his show and says, I had a super secret meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu. Fuck. Let's go ahead and watch the Sam Hyde clip first. Then we've got Tim Pool talking about his super secret Jewish meeting he had with Netanyahu, which is crazy. And then we've got, as a bonus for you, Nick Fuentes, the Fed, getting in there and stirring shit up and causing trouble. And then we've got Donald Trump pissing off Benjamin Netanyahu. So this one goes all over the place. Let's play the clip of Sam Hyde first, doing his podcast and talking about old Timmy P.
What does Mossad have on RFK Jr.? What do they have on Tim Pool? Are they paying Tim Pool? Who funds Tim Pool?
That's what I love about that shit. We've done that shit so many times on this show where we wonder something out loud. And then I think, like, Sam's in his early 40s, right? I'm in my late 30s. I think millennials have this thing where, like, we grew up half our lives without technology that you could just Google shit on command. And then the second half of our life, we've had all the technology at our fingertips. So we do this weird thing that I don't think Gen Z does, where we'll wonder something out loud. We'll go, I wonder if this is this or this is that. And then something will snap in your head or somebody will go, hey, retard, you know you can Google it, right? And we're like, oh, shit, that's right. You know what? Here, let's look that up. Whereas Gen Z, they just go to their phone right away. And, Gen X is still looking for the Rand McNally Atlas and the Farmer's Almanac. But millennials have this weird thing where we're 1 foot in the old way and we're 1 foot in modern technology. Let's go. So Sam Hyde goes, what does Mossad have on Tim Pool? And then he wonders that out loud. And then he goes, oh, let me grab my phone and look it up. Who funds Timcast? Not difficult. Didn't Tim Pool admit to taking like Russian money or something like that? I could be mistaken. But I thought he admitted to being on the take from somebody.
Funds Tim Pool.
Should have looked into Rabbi Shmuley. it's a name that you can't ignore.
If Tim Pool makes money through Super Chat donations, that's where they make. Oh, they made $1.3 million over a 5-year period. Did you see him complaining about not being able to monetize? He has like 30 employees or something, and he's.
So Tim Pool makes $250,000 a year in Super Chats. And then there's also, you know, he gets millions and millions of views a month. And even if that's just partially monetized, that's $7 or $8 per 1,000. So let's say he's partially monetized on everything, which isn't the case. He's probably fully monetized on most of his stuff. But if you go, let's say Tim Pool gets 25 million views. That's probably a little high. Let's say 10 million views a month. Then you divide that by 1,000. You multiply that by, let's be very conservative and say $5. That's $50,000 a month in ad revenue. And then you got $20,000 a month in Super Chats. So that's just from that there. Now that's no advertisers, that's no sponsors, that's nothing else. That's just straight up Super Chats and video view revenue, and that doesn't count Rumble either. Multiply that by 12, $840,000 a year in just those two things. You can afford a staff on that. You can, because then, like, you could spend all of that $840,000 a year on employing people. And then whatever you make on Rumble and whatever you make on advertisers, you can keep that. You can put that in your back pocket.
He wasn't able to figure out how to make money. Isn't he fucking huge? Why does he censor himself about Israel?
I keep being told about the.
So now this is if you haven't seen this, what they're about to show is the clip where Tim Pool's producer tries to bring up the USS Liberty. And I think Tim Pool's own producer is trolling him and fucking with him. And Tim Pool's like, we can't be careful about the USS Liberty. We don't know anything about the Liberty. What are you doing? We're not going to get any shekels. And by the way, I've seen clips of Tim Pool's show. He doesn't need 30 employees. You need one guy to run a board and a video camera. That's one guy can do both of those things. You can have like a sidekick, so you can have two employees for the podcast. And then I'll let you have 2 people for making clips and thumbnails and shit. And then maybe 2 people to book guests, and then 2 people to gather materials for the show. I'll let you have 10 employees, and you can make that work.
Real. I keep being told about the USS Liberty. That's something with the Israeli government.
No, you should.
No. Wait.
You should be careful about that.
Allegedly, the Israeli Air Force jet fighter aircraft.
I mean, they did end up paying out the American government.
So I'm concerned, like false flag operation, like a missile comes out of Gaza and hits one of our aircraft carriers, but it was actually an Israeli missile. Well, I don't want. we should get out of there.
It doesn't. Well, let me stop you there. It doesn't matter.
let me stop you there. I'm not going to get invited to tea and crumpets with Benjamin Netanyahu if you keep fucking mouthing off about shit that Israel totally probably does.
Well, let me stop you there. It doesn't matter where the missile comes from.
No, but that's really kind of like 50% of what matters. Like when a missile goes off somewhere, there's only 2 things that matter: where it came from and where it hit. Like, for example, if the missile is launched from point A, then the place where the missile hit needs to retaliate by firing missiles at point A. If the missile is fired from point B and you attack point A, well, now you've created a bigger problem.
That's weird, huh?
You collect them.
Yeah, so what does Mossad have on Tim Pool? Andrea Plus with $5 says, weird how I was just listening to Tim Pool talk about how we shouldn't be funding Israel. Well, good for Tim, but I don't think he's going to get asked to many meetings with an attitude like that. Andrea, by the way, I will say this. I am anti-Tim Pool. I think Tim Pool's a creep. I think he's a fence-walking guy who knows where his bread's buttered, and he kind of leans that way. So I'm incredibly biased. I'm not neutral at all. And Andrea Plus, God bless her, she is a Tim Pool fan. So she's kind of my check. You know, when I get a little too far on the Tim Pool's a fucking beanie wearing asshole direction, and a lot of the audience is like that too, Andrea is the one who can kind of rein it in and go, all right, you little dickheads. Like Tim Pool, he criticizes Israel too. All right, you know what? She's probably right. Let's be fair. Here. Let's be fair. Oh, by the way, we have that Jasmine Crockett picking cotton clip coming up later today, and I know we're a couple days late on that, but it's very funny. Tim Pool Israel. Let's go on Twitter. I'll type in Tim Pool Israel, and we'll go with that. Then we have another Tim Pool clip. All right, this is from 10 hours ago. This is the first clip that comes up. Oh, wait, no, you know what? This is the similar clip that I have. This is about the Benjamin Netanyahu meeting. So let's not do that one because then it looks like I'm doubling up and being a dick. Well, there's Nick Fuentes. Everything is the private roundtable meeting with Netanyahu. Tim Pool confirms he took part in a private roundtable meeting with Netanyahu. Everything's the Netanyahu thing, Andrea Plus. I'm really sorry. Here. All right. Here's a Tim Pool clip about Israel. When was this one from? March 18th, 2024. So this is from a year ago, in fairness, but this is the first thing that showed up when I type in Tim Pool Israel that wasn't about the Netanyahu meeting, which we're going to cover in a second. This is for Andrea. This is so that we're fair on Tim Pool and the Israel thing, because I like Andrea and she deserves, she's a Tim Pool person, and we deserve a little fairness here. And thanks for the $5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, and for sure. But Israel is intentionally dragging us into this war, and also Israel has.
I think you got Israel derangement syndrome.
Okay, well,
it doesn't sound like criticizing Israel to me.
I call it Israel-Palestine derangement.
Okay, then let me. Well, so first of all, Israel. This is on two separate. Do you know the story of Israel wiretapping the White House and blackmailing Bill Clinton?
Oh yeah, remember that one? Remember when we did that thing? Because everyone. I think it was during the Bush years, maybe the Obama years. When everyone was like, America's spying on everyone around the world. So this was during the time of like Snowden and Julian Assange and Bradley Manning and all this stuff. I'm sorry, Chelsea Manning. Am I right, boys? That looker. This was during the time of all that leaking of like Patriot Act stuff and NDAA stuff and all that. And one of the things we found out is that Israel was spying on the UK, France, us. They were spying on all of our shit, and they were also digging into our elections, manipulating our elections. So Israel was fucking with the people that helped them. And it was, we were just, because the United States got tired of it, and they're like, well, I'm tired of everybody showing our secrets and, saying that we're pieces of shit. Look what these fuckers are doing. So now this guy's pointing out, hey, you know how Israel blackmailed the fuck out of everybody?
No.
Okay, well, this is you can see this in the New York Post. There's been 2 independently written books on this.
Yeah, but do you know the story about the NSA wiretapping Angela Merkel?
No, okay, sure. I'm just saying.
Okay, Andrea, I'm sorry, but your boy seems to be on the take, because his guest is like, hey, you know how Israel spies on us and blackmails our leaders? And Tim Pool goes, NSA wiretapped Angela Merkel. First of all, fuckface, that's your team. We're America. That's your side. You don't hear something shitty about another country and then immediately go, no, our side sucks shit too. That's weird, bro. Like, if someone said Russia's spying on us, you wouldn't be like, no, we're spying on everybody, we're shit. You would go, someone else would bring that up and you'd be like, yeah, we do it too. Russia does it, But, we're on opposite sides of a divide right now. Israel's supposed to be our fucking ally, and they're spying on us. And then Tim Pool goes, we spied on Angela Merkel. Fuck that. You know Angela Merkel? I'd spy on Angela Merkel. Not while she's in the shower. She's a biggin.
Look.
No, I'm giving you examples of Israel doesn't treat us like an ally. Israel ropes us into these things because they know we're going to back them up.
Germany like an ally, which is the point.
No, I know, but
that's not the point. You're just changing the subject. You're arguing like a bitch. You guys were talking about Israel and Palestine, and he's saying, why do we get Israel's back so much? Look what they do to us. We don't get Germany's back the way we get Israel's back. You know what we did for Germany? We fucking staged a false flag where we bombed the pipeline that provides them with most of their fucking oil. We bombed the Nord Stream pipeline during the Ukraine-Russian war, tried to get the world to believe it was Putin who did it, and then as soon as it started looking like it was a false flag deal on our end, everybody stopped talking about the Nord Stream pipeline. So, no, Tim, it's not the same thing. We don't talk about how much we love Germany and they're our greatest ally and blah, 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 and then we spy on them. We treat Germany like our fucking stooge, and then we spy on them. Israel goes, oh, America's so wonderful. America's our greatest partner, blah, blah, blah. And then behind the scenes goes, spy on these fuckers and blackmail all their leaders. That's shitty.
But welcome to international espionage and warfare.
But if you're America first, why would you want to get exploited into this war in the Middle East that you care so little about?
Why are you trying to make me single on Israel when all of these other countries are doing equally or worse things?
Ethiopia, Afghanistan, Yemen.
Because it's not
Egypt,
the
money
Hamas.
So is that Tim Pool's own person going like, here's all the countries we're involved in on Israel's behalf? Wow.
Hamas doesn't have a lobbying wing in D.C.
Yes, it does.
That captures all your politicians.
I don't want to say her name.
No, but Hamas does not.
Did that woman, who is that lady? Did she just go, yeah, Hamas has a lobbying wing? No, it doesn't. There's no AIPAC for Hamas. I mean, sure, there are Congress people who have more sympathy for Hamas than they do Israel. Personally, I'd like to see all of those politicians have a little more sympathy for America. But they don't have there's no AIPAC for Hamas. Please. Like even, what's that big Islamic lobby? It's not as big as AIPAC, but, oh God, somebody will come up with it. God damn it. It's the Arab Muslim CAIR, CAIR. They're not a lobbying wing for Hamas. They have, don't get me wrong, AIPAC, not AIPAC, CAIR has their sides. CAIR has the sides that they fall on. But they're not a lobbying agent for the United States to go in and do things on Hamas's behalf, like AIPAC is. Kennedy got his fucking head blown off partially because he wanted to register AIPAC as a foreign agent. Let's go to Andrea with $2. She says, LOL, whatever, nerd. That is where these discussions kind of fall off, isn't it? Like, hey, Andrea, I think Tim Pool's a stooge piece of shit. She's like, oh, yeah? Well, why is he talking about how we shouldn't be funding Israel? And I'm like, well, let me find a clip to be fair to you. And she's like, whatever, dork. Fuck me. That's why all of our political debates in this country always end up in fights. Because it doesn't pay to be fair. So if you're like, hey, let me give you the benefit of the doubt. And I'm like, whatever, fag. And you're like, oh, well, that doesn't make me feel good. Let's just yell at each other about it then. That sounds better. Thank you for the $7, Andrea. I appreciate it. That puts us at $2.90 for today. Keep it up, guys. Everybody who throws in $20 today, the first 4 people who throw in $20 today are getting a pair of 5.5-inch steel toe stickers. So Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Again, $2.90. is the number for today. Thank you for your contributions. Perfect week so far. Let's keep it up. So, Sam Hyde goes out and he says, hey, this fucking Tim Pool, I think he's on the take from Israel. I think Mossad might have something on Tim Pool. Well, I think it's only fair that we let Tim Pool refute these accusations from Sam Hyde. Tim, you're on the clock. Sam Hyde says you're a blackmailed piece of shit. What's the Alex Jones thing?
You goddamn drug addict, you blackmailed piece of shit, meth head, fuck you.
So that's pretty much the accusation from Sam Hyde. I ain't Fox News. I ain't CNN. I ain't going to play this one-sided. Let's let Tim Pool, yesterday on his show, let's let him respond to Sam Hyde's charge that he's a, paraphrasing here, blackmailed piece of shit.
Last night I wasn't here. I got late word that I was invited to a private roundtable meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
He skipped his show. This motherfucker didn't do his show so that he could take a meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu. hey, Tim, you have an influential podcast that people of an under 40-year-old demographic like to listen to. The prime minister of one of the most manipulative regimes in the world would like to have a private meeting. Oh, and by the way, you can't talk about who's at this private meeting, and you can't discuss anything that you talk about in this private meeting. I'm sure, guys, that everything that happened a couple nights ago with Tim Pool and Benjamin Netanyahu was totally on the up and up. Nobody was sucking anyone's jag on. There were no photos that were taken. There was nothing of a compromising nature. This is fucking weird. Benjamin Netanyahu met with a bunch of podcasters in a secret meeting that had this traditional cultural thing behind it where you can't talk about who was there. Cool. The Sam Hyde thing is looking like it makes a lot of sense. I bet you Sam wasn't invited to that meeting. And you might say, hey guys, why would Netanyahu meet with podcasters? Why wouldn't he meet with people from the regular media? Why would he need to meet with them? He already owns them. Look, man, whether you're MSNBC, CNN, or Fox News, you can have your political divisions on Trump and all that, but boy, when they talk about Israel and Palestine, boy, are they all in lockstep. Lockstep, all of them. All right, continue, Tim. Talk about your extra special private meeting that you had with the Israelis.
It was under what's called Chatham House rules, for those that are not familiar.
I only meet people under the Cider House rules. I don't know about this Cheatham, Dewey, and Howe. I don't know about these rules, but if people extend an invitation to me, I always assume that it's under Cider House rule or Georgia rule. Those are the only two meeting rules that I observe. If anyone says, hey, it's under Chatham rules, I say, nope, Cider House or Georgia. That's it. And I get to tell everybody what you said. It's probably why I don't get invited to a lot of meetings.
This means that you cannot reveal anybody who attended, nor attribute anything to any one individual, as they can deny it.
Wow. So I took a meeting with a bunch of Jews under a Jewish rule that says it has to be super secret and I can't say anything about it. I don't know where these people get the reputation that they're sneaky or shifty. I don't know where that comes from. You guys are all being anti-Semitic. You're being disgusting. Sam Show, I want you to knock it off. I mean, does that instill confidence that you're dealing with honest people when they say, hey, I want you to come to a special meeting with us powerful Israeli people? Oh, cool. That'll be awesome. Can't wait to talk about it on the show. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, look. You can't talk about this on your show. You can't even talk about who was here. And you definitely can't talk about anything any of them said. Which, by the way, if you're a media person, that totally doesn't compromise your ethics whatsoever. God, people think I'm too hard on Tim Pool. If you're wondering why, this is why. He's a fucking snake. He's a monkey branching, ladder climbing sack of shit who tries to pretend he's independent media. That's what drives me nuts. Be a fucking climber. Who gives a shit? Be Julia Roberts in Pretty Woman, Tim. Suck dick until you get all the way to the top. But when we point out that you're sucking dick, don't pretend that you're wearing a chastity belt. That's what I hate about Tim Pool. It's the I'm going to say I'm one thing, but I'm going to do this and I'm going to lie. I don't mind hypocrisy. You know that about me. I do not mind hypocrisy. I don't like lying about hypocrisy. If you're going to be a hypocrite, that's fine, be a hypocrite. Am I a hypocrite? I try not to be, but I am one every fucking day of my life. Hey, man, I should be down at 2:15. I'm going to go to the gym today, and then I'll eat pizza rolls. That's a hypocrisy. I'm very upfront and honest about that. But Tim Pool is like, I'm independent journalism. Oh, I also went to a super secret Jew meeting where they told me what to say, but I can't say that they said that because that would be breaking the rules of the super secret Jewish meeting I went to. Oh, and by the way, I'm an independent journalist who's here to take it to both sides. Sure you are.
Anybody who attended, nor attribute anything to any one individual, as they can deny it, and they would. However, what I love about what the White House is currently doing, when you bring together a bunch of influencers and podcasters who don't know much about journalism, culture, whatever you want to call it, not that we...
Going to a super secret meeting of Jews is not journalism. Well, actually, you know what? It is media. Look, my point is, what journalism is supposed to be is not going into a super secret meeting under the mountain where a bunch of Jewish guys tell you what to say. That is not journalism, Tim. That's called being a stooge.
We respect it tremendously. Most people didn't know what Chatham House meant. So with all due respect, it's funny because they bring us into the Blair House, which is where Netanyahu was staying. And
why does everything sound so fucking clandestine? Why does everything sound so spooky?
Immediately, people are walking around with their cameras, their phones up. They actually took our phones from us. And
see, I leave this meeting. Hey, you know how you're a talk show personality? Yeah. We're gonna have a meeting with foreign heads of state in Israel. Wow, that's great. That'll give me great material for the show. Well, here's the thing. You can't talk about this. What? Yeah, you can't talk about this. Oh, well, we'll just get a few pictures and I'll show my audience that I was here and we'll be well, did you bring your phone in here? Oh, well, we would have asked you not to. We're going to take your phone. Well, what can I have a talk show. What can I tell my audience about this? You can tell them that Israel rocks and Jews rule. Oh.
I legit thought they would maintain Chatham House rules, meaning you can't quote the prime minister, you can't quote his officials and the other people who were there, but you can report what was said generally. If you wanted an official quote on a specific matter, you would then ask an official once the meeting was wrapped, and they'd provide you the exact quote. Or they would just say outright, like, we ain't putting our quotes on that one.
Do you understand what you just heard? Like, Tim Pool just confirmed that there's secret Jewish meetings where you're not allowed to talk about it, and you get to go in, hear a bunch of secrets. And Tim Pool is actively going. You know what I will say? I appreciate his honesty in this one, but I don't think he understands what this means. It means that everything Tim Pool says is compromised. He cannot be trusted. He's feeding you a load of bullshit. He's got you by the fucking balls. He's telling you, I go to secret meetings where I can't tell you what was said. And if I do tell you what someone said, I would be in big trouble. They would deny it. And once the meeting is over, they can give me some spun bullshit that I can tell you about. But I can't tell you what all of us cool people said in our super secret meeting. Oh, by the way, support independent journalism and give Timcast money. Hey, guys, you give me money. I hit the goal. I pay myself. I buy some equipment for our new backdrop. There you go. Down in dirt. That's the honesty of it. That's, you know where your money goes? Paying everybody who's involved with the show, buying new equipment, getting new setups, all that shit. Buying people merchandise and so mail, like I was doing yesterday and I'll be doing today, mailing shit out to people. That's where it goes. For Tim Pool to say, hey, you give Tim Pool money, you're keeping independent journalism alive. By the way, I went to a secret Jew meeting in the mountain and I can't tell you what was said because we're all in on this big secret together and I can't talk to you about it. You know, real deep independent journalism type shit. Eaton Clam says Aaron went to Jewish summer camp with Chatham House rules, so he couldn't talk about the bad touch. I bet you the Catholic Church thinks about Chatham House rules and goes, I knew we forgot something. Clopogram says, was the meeting in America? If so, how can Tim Pool not say anything? Because people like Tim Pool are grifting pieces of shit and they love the access. It's more important to him that I got to go to a meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu and he talked to me about all the awesome things they do. It's more important to him that he gets to say that than he gets to actually investigate shit and tell the truth. And by the way, this is not a new thing. This is how he's always been. Andrew says Chatham House rules is not a Jewish thing, Aaron. Oh, well then what the fuck do I know? See, that's the easiest part of being me. I'm not a journalist. I'm just a guy who talks shit for a living. So if you go, hey, Aaron, that thing you said, it was incorrect. Oh, shit. Well, then guess what, guys? I was wrong. but technically not wrong. It was a meeting with a bunch of Jewish people, and they did have super secret meeting rules for their Jewish meeting. And it was only people who influence people's thought. God, Tim Pool's an asshole. But who's the asshole? I'll say this. Tim Pool is telling you openly that he goes to secret meetings with Israel. And then you still go, oh, yeah, he's a good guy. He's on our side. Let's go to a text that's coming into the text line. It says, you'd probably meet with him too. Netanyahu? I'm telling you right now, I mean, look, I haven't been invited, so I guess it's easy for me to say this. But if I got a call and they said Benjamin Netanyahu wants to meet with the, let's say we went viral on something and the show blew up and we're going fucking crazy, right? I don't think we're going to get that talking this way. But if they said that and then they go, Benjamin Netanyahu wants to meet with you, but you can't talk about it on your show and you can't discuss anything that was said, I'm going to tell you that I would say no. And I know you guys are rolling your eyes. You're like, oh, bullshit. Well, it's easy to say that now. And you're right. You're right. But I would say no, not because of my morals and my principles, but I'd say no because I know I can't shut the fuck up and I'd get myself in trouble. And what's Benjamin Netanyahu going to tell me that I can fucking believe, right? Like, you're going to go to a head of state's meeting and you're going to expect him to tell you the truth about shit? No, he's going to try and tell you what he wants you to hear you say when you talk to your audience. Klopogram says, wasn't Tim Pool accused of getting money from Russia a few months ago? Tim Pool, Russia money. Mega influencer Tim Pool now claims there's no actual proof showing he unwittingly took Russian money. Influencer paid by Russia added to White House press pool, and that's Tim Pool. Okay, see, now this article about Tim Pool says right-wing influencers were duped to work for Russian organizations. So he says that he did take money from the Russians, but he claims he was duped into doing so. Okay. So all we know that's confirmed is that Tim Pool took money from the Russians. But he says he didn't know. So that's all we have to go on. Numero Uno says, didn't you already go viral with something, kind of blow up, and then squander it because internet drama was gay? Well, yeah, I don't want to be known for that. I don't want that to be my show. I don't want to turn that into my whole show. That would be fucking lame. And we got a year. Look, man, we got a year out of some kind of publicity out of it. And look at what the consequences were. Look what I'm dealing with tomorrow, for God's sake. No, I'll wait. I'll hit for something else. I'll be patient. How's that? Hey, no bag Wednesday not going as well as no bag Tuesday. 290 away from today. Remember that while you're loving the show, throwing in a few bucks is how it keeps going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Go ahead, throw in. No begging today. Just letting you know what the goal is, how you can contribute. And the next 4 people that throw in 20 bucks, no takers so far. Get 2 5.5-inch vinyl stickers from the toe. So 290 is the number. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Please and thank you. All right, Nick Fuentes on Tim Pool. Let's play this clip real quick. This is the last thing we've got on Tim Pool, and then we'll move on because this ain't exactly moving the money needle.
It's always 2 cents, $10. Tim Pool should take his beanie off and replace it with a kippah. What a joke this guy is. Thankfully, we have your show. Every other right-wing show is compromised.
Did you see this?
Now, first of all, hey, did you see this? And you hear about this? And the Jews, everybody. That's Nicholas Leno. First of all, let's not act like Nick Fuentes is some kind of independent voice either. This guy glows in the fucking dark. Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes, you might say, oh man, this guy seems like a caricature of what everyone thinks a fucking closeted right-wing anti-Jew guy is. Well, that's because I believe he's paid by somebody to be the stereotype of the gay right-wing anti-Jewish guy. He's supposed to be like, hey, look, this is the face of white supremacy in America, is some gay Latino. You know what the funniest thing to me was? Remember when Nick Fuentes shoved that lady off his stairs or pepper sprayed that lady on his stairs because he was so scared of the lady that came to his house? And then when the cops came there, he goes, she called me a white supremacist. I'm a Latino. My last name is Fuentes. So when he was, Mr. White America, Mr. the White Man, all this stuff, when push came to shove and he could play victim culture and he could DEI it up, this glowy motherfucker, he DEI'd it up. I'm Latino. I can't believe that she would say I'm a white supremacist. If you need to know what a fucking stooge this little dork is, there you go. This is what a stooge this little dork is. I don't like Nick Fuentes, but his point on Tim Pool here I think is pretty good. And I trust Nick Fuentes on who's a bought and paid for stooge because he are one.
Tim Pool met with Netanyahu. Tim Pool and Dave Rubin met with Bibi Netanyahu. Could you just...
By the way, the Dave Rubin one does not surprise me at all. Dave Rubin and Tim Pool are cut from the same cloth. Access.
Just die like Netanyahu, the head of Israel, and Tim Pool. And Tim Pool, for this fucking cocksucker for years.
First of all, Nick, I don't think we should be calling anyone a fucking cocksucker. I mean, if you listen to Nick Fuentes' show, you can smell cock coming off his breath.
I should probably say it a different way for a clip. I don't want people to clip me saying cocksucker, but
hey, you know what? That's what we call a self-aware moment. I got to give it to Nick on that one. I don't want people to clip me saying cocksucker. Hey, Nick, cat's out of the bag. You're cum hunting.
So let me just rephrase it. For years, Tim Pool said he wouldn't have me on his show because I'm not relevant. He said he wouldn't have me on his show because my fans keep asking me to have him to have me on the show. He said he wouldn't have me on the show because he's afraid that I'll say something that'll get them banned. For years, he's gone through, how many different excuses has he cycled through?
You know how many clips there are on YouTube of Kanye West wearing a fucking black Klansman outfit and a swastika chain on? I think you'll be fine.
Why he won't have me on the show. Too many people are asking. Too many people are spamming the chat. Well, you're not in the news right now. Always an excuse. And now Tim Pool is meeting with the Prime Minister of Israel. I think we now know the reason. I think we now know the reason why Tim Pool won't talk to your guy here. Because he's kosher. Him and Dave Rubin are meeting with Netanyahu because they're in bed with Israel. You know, Dave Rubin's business partner at Locals, he met him at Hebrew University in Israel. Like, these guys are connected. So, and Dave Rubin, Tim Pool, Daily Wire, they're all connected to Israel. It's just...
Whoa. Look, I'll stand for a lot of things, Mr. Fuentes. I'll tolerate a lot of shit. But accusing the Daily Wire of being in the tank for Israel? How fucking dare you? I mean, what evidence has the Daily Wire... Dude, saying that Daily Wire is in the tank for Israel is like saying RT is Russian propaganda. Like, bro, it's in the name. It's like if you look at Ben Shapiro and you go, that guy's in the tank for Israel, it's like, look, man, there's some things that don't need to be spoken, okay? There's some things we understand. Let's watch this real quick, then let's be done with the Jewish shit. Jesus, it's been a lot today. I apologize. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, $2.90 away. It's been a good show, but it's definitely lingered on this one. This is Trump talking about how he doesn't want to go to war with Iran and how the American people don't want to go to war with Iran and how he's very close to coming up with a peace deal with the Iranians. Now, here's the problem. The Israelis had a plan called the 5 Wars in 7 years. This was during the Bush years. They wanted 5 countries, dictators, toppled because they were unfriendly to Israel, and getting new leaders in those countries would benefit Israel greatly. I believe, and I'm only questioning one of these, but I believe the 5 countries were Iraq, Syria, Libya, Egypt, and Iran. Now, in that time, we've had Gaddafi thrown out of power, Saddam Hussein thrown out of power, Bashar al-Assad thrown out of power, and Egypt's leader thrown out of power in a revolution there. The only one that hasn't been taken out by the United States, or at least helped to be taken out by the United States, is Iran. And during Trump's first term, they were pushing for a war with Iran. They didn't get it. They were pushing for a war with Iran during the Biden administration. They haven't gotten it because Iran won't give us the reason. Well, now Netanyahu wants Trump to go to war with Iran. They want to kick the Ayatollah out and install somebody a little more pro-Israel that won't support Hezbollah and Hamas. Well, watch Benjamin Netanyahu's face as Donald Trump talks about making peace with Israel, and you tell me if you can't hear him gulping with his eyes.
We're having direct talks with Iran, and they've started. It'll go on Saturday. We have a very big meeting, and we'll see what can happen. And I think everybody agrees that doing a deal would be preferable to doing the obvious.
Look at it. Look at his eyes just darting all over the room. Nobody who's comfortable goes like this. Nobody. If you're comfortable in a setting, you don't go. Like if somebody's talking and you're totally fine with what you're saying, with what they're saying, they're talking, you kind of look over in their general direction and you daydream about your fucking grocery list or whatever. You don't sit there and go, no, 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 no. Bomb them, overthrow them, regime change. No peace.
And the obvious is not something that I want to be involved with, or frankly, that Israel wants to be involved with if they can avoid it. So we're going to see if we can avoid it.
Netanyahu's like, whoa, don't fucking speak for me. Don't say that I don't want war with Iran. That's like one of my biggest Hanukkah wishes.
But it's getting to be very dangerous territory. And hopefully those talks will be successful. And I think it would be in Iran's best interest if they are successful. We hope that's going to happen.
I don't think Benjamin Netanyahu was very comfortable with what was being said there. And look, for what it's worth, I believe Donald Trump. I believe he wants peace with Iran. I believe that he doesn't want a war with Iran. I think that Benjamin Netanyahu is, should we go war criminal, Benjamin Netanyahu? He's definitely not the most popular guy in the world. Trump won't do a war. If anything, Trump will nuke them. Says, Jesus Christ, I didn't know we were going that direction. Chevrolet JB says, is anyone else still wondering who the fuck is Tim Pool? Well, you should probably know Tim. He's one of the bigger names out there. I'm not going to give him that disrespect. Look, I have my criticisms of Tim Pool, but I'm not going to be like, who? Nah. Nope. Buzz with $5. Thank you, Buzz. He says a few shekels for you, and boy, do I appreciate a few shekels today. Thank you very much, buddy. $2.85 away from today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants show your support for the show. Thank you very much. It's a No Beggy Wednesday. Hopefully our show is just good enough to stand on its own 2 feet and get people to go, I'm entertained today. Here you go. Thank you very much. Buzz, your girlfriend. Woof. Let's go to the text messages. That woman reporter on the Tim Pool Show is Libby Emmons. She's a very good reporter. I'll take your word for it. Let's go into our you got to know who this next one is. This is America's Congresswoman, Jasmine Crockett. You know, it's funny to me. Like, I like anyone who says crazy shit. But one of my problems I have with the MAGA side of things is that a big problem I have with MAGA is that game don't recognize game in MAGA. Like, the MAGA movement loves Trump because he talks wild shit. But then the moment someone who doesn't like Trump talks wild shit, they're like, that is so crazy. That's nuts. That's out there. You can't say that. How dare she? That is a terrible thing to say. And then they'll say things like, if someone on our side was to say something like that, they'd be in so much trouble. Fuck that. Trump says that shit every day. And he's gotten 2 terms as president, and that motherfucker's trying to get a 3rd. So you can't say that if you guys did it, you'd be in trouble because your guy does it. Now, me, I love when Trump does that shit. But at the same time, I also love it when Jasmine Crockett says wild shit. Like, we be up in here fucking bitches up. Like, I like that. I like it when because to me, these politicians, they're sideshow characters. They're circus freaks. I love when they say dumb shit. So it's always discouraging to me when the right wing or when the Make America Great Again people hear a Democrat say crazy shit and they don't embrace it. They're like, oh, I hate her. She's nuts. I'm like, that's your girl. That's the person you want. She's Black Lady Trump. Listen to what she said about, now this was in regards to immigration, race relations, shit like that. A lot of people heard this and they went, how dare she? I heard this and I went, I fucking love this lady. Go ahead. This is Jasmine Crockett. And now I see in the chat a lot, when I go back to the chat now in a few minutes, I see a lot of people mispronouncing her name, putting an I instead of an O. It's Crockett.
So I had to go around the country and educate people about what immigrants do for this country, or the fact that we are a country of immigrants.
Right.
The fact is, ain't none of y'all trying to go and farm right now. Okay, so I'm lying. Raise your hands. You're not. We done picking cotton. We are. You can't pay us enough to find a plantation.
I know that's right.
That one guy in the back. I know that's right. Why is that bad? Other than the fact that you don't like her because she's supposedly on the other political team, how is that not fucking awesome? And you want to hear 3 days worth of more of that shit. Yo, I know y'all ain't trying to find a farm. Like, no offense, she ain't lying. I don't think anybody at the Grace Baptist Church, I ain't digging in no fields. Shit. Most of us aren't trying to pick cotton. And in fairness, there is a history there. So I like this whole idea that like, oh, how dare she? Oh, this Jasmine Crockett. She says all this crazy stuff. I know. That's why I like her. I'm hoping that, we get another caning on the House floor. We haven't had one in almost 200 years? And Jasmine Crockett and Marjorie Taylor Greene seem like the two ladies who can set it off. So let these people say their wild shit. And also, I could see Trump, here's what Jasmine Crockett's job is. Jasmine Crockett is the black lady who can say crazy shit to black people that Donald Trump can't say to black people. Donald Trump says crazy shit about white people to white people, right? Jasmine Crockett gets to cover another demographic. Like, Trump can't go into the Grace Baptist Church and go, we don't want to go pick cotton, do we? No more picking cotton. You don't want to pick cotton. I know I ain't lying. None of you blacks want to farm. Let Jasmine Crockett give that speech. I don't understand why we don't, I can understand why you maybe don't agree with some of her policy proposals, although I haven't heard very many. I just hear her say crazy shit. But why don't we like her saying crazy shit? I think it's awesome that she says wild, nutty, goofy, off-the-wall things. Bigot on socialist media says she is another that will be a politician until she dies. Yeah, but she fucking says funny shit. I think she's funny. Clopogram says she is a total actor just bending to the poorest. No, you're absolutely right about that. One thing I was going to say is that, y'all, we ain't picking cotton no more, like that fucking bouncing head. No, you didn't clap back shit she does. She's literally a Rhodes Scholar. She's a really fucking smart lady. And, it takes a really smart lady a lot of the time to act that ignorant, if you will, as the kids say. It actually, usually when you see, Barack Obama used to do it. Remember Barack Obama when he'd speak to a white church? We're going to, I'm sorry. I was about to do black Barack Obama. But white Barack Obama was, and let me be clear, this country is going to revolutionize the way that business is done. We are not going to be a nation of wars. We're not going to go from military action to military action. And that was a very matter of fact. Then he gets in front of the Grace Baptist Church and he goes, And if we don't change this country, then this country is going to change us. And we need to reach down into that well of hope that America's had for far too long, and we need to recognize that potential. It's like, what happened to the fucking businessman that was just talking a second? When did fucking Martin Luther King come back from the dead? Jasmine Crockett kind of has that same vibe about her. She's got that, like, she's a Rhodes Scholar, and you've seen her in interviews where she's like, this country has far more to offer than what we're doing right now, and I feel that I can offer a lot of those things to America when I get to Congress. And then she gets in front of the Baptist church like, they trying to tell us about farming and shit, baby. We ain't doing no farming no more. That bullshit. We want some of them bougie jobs, man. We want to go shopping for shoes and shit. You want me to pick cotton? Fuck you, brother. Yo, man ain't shit. Like, it's not. I bet you when she goes to her class reunions, she doesn't talk like that. I bet you she doesn't talk like that at the Rhodes meetings. Well, actually, when you're a Rhodes Scholar and you go to those reunions, you actually have to talk like this. Well, you see, baby, when I got my Dusty Rhodes Scholarship, I went to the pay window, baby. And I took that money from the pay window and I built myself a big house on the big side of town, daddy. Because I've winding down with kings and queens and I've slept in the alley dining on pork and beans, baby. I've been on both sides of life. And the American dream knows that as a son of a plumber, that hard times is coming for you, daddy. And you got to stave those off any way you can. And you got to be moving in spectacular ways, if you will. That's how you're supposed to talk when you're a Rhodes Scholar. My Lost Interest says very few people want to actually work in manufacturing. Yeah, like some people would rather ask people for money on the internet while they're doing a talk show rather than work in manufacturing. And that's a powerful thing. Clopogram with $1 says Aaron is getting a new camera, new background, new start, Rumble Premium ads. Are we sure Aaron hasn't been in secret Jewish backroom meetings? Well, you've noticed that the goal has not been as feverishly gone after as it has in recent weeks. You know, we've been very lucky. This audience has been very generous with us. And now with this Rumble Creator Program thing, once that goes through, they've been shooting some projections at us for what that could look like with a channel our size. I mean, hey, thank you. Look, for those of you who have stuck it out with us through the ups and downs, thank you so much. This is the best shape Steel Toe's been in, I would argue, since we came to YouTube. So thank you guys for all of your contributions. Thank you for all of your help. It's very much appreciated. And thank you for that $1 Clopogram. Andrea, thank you for the $2. Andrea says, I'm entertained today. Good. You know what? I enjoy today's show. I'm having a lot of fun with it. 285 away from today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's fire up that PayPal. Let's get a nice rally going here on the toe. 285 is the number. We started at 300 today after Michael kicked us off with a 20. So I appreciate anybody who throws a couple of bucks at the toe. All right, I know that some of the male portion of our audience is single. And I know that some of our male audience might be looking for mates. Do we still say mates nowadays? Do we still say that? I know you're looking for a dame. I know some of you dames are looking for a beau. But I have a candidate. And I know a lot of you don't like to go outside. I know that a lot of you don't like to get out into the world and, as they say, touch grass. But so I went out and I found a woman for you. Now, I have to be a bit of a used car salesman here. She comes with a little mileage. She's got 3 children. But it looks like she's, kept it. She's kept it. After each one, she sucked it in, sucked it back in, kept it tight. She's a single mother of 3. Now, I have nothing. I mean, my God, I've dated as a single parent. It can be done. It's not as difficult as people make it out to be. It's very, it's very doable. It's doable if you keep your standards open and you're open to getting to know people. There is another group of people, and they're usually women like this, single moms with 3 kids, who have the fucking audacity to have a list. Now, I believe that if you don't have children, if you're just a single woman dating and you've got a fucking list, how goddamn dare you? How dare you sit there and go, if he doesn't have this, or this, then he ain't shit and I won't talk to him. Oh, you're going to be a wonderful partner for whoever's lucky enough to have you. But this woman has 3 kids. She's dating. And if you're a single guy looking for somebody, guys, I might have one for you. Get your pencils out. Get your checklist ready. See how many of the boxes you check. First, Paul over on PayPal. Thank you very much. $2 from Paul. Says Hitler would be very proud today. I would hope not. Coltrane with $1 says you've always been married when you were dating. What do you guys think? I think we should leave that one up there for a while. I think that contribution should stay on the screen for a minute. That's a good one. Do I wish that was 100 instead of $1? Of course, it would hurt way less if it was 100 instead of $1, but funny is funny, for being honest. I have to read it one more time. You've always been married when you were dating. You're a dick. Let's go to this woman. 3 kids, looking for love. She's got standards. How dare you guys take this sweet princess and judge her for that? Requirements to date me. Let's take in the physical first. What do you guys think? Give us your thoughts. And then I'll hit play and you guys can decide whether or not that this is someone that not only, I don't think we should be on, would you date her? We're going to have to find out if you even qualify for her high standards. So, and by the way, ma'am, where are your children? All right, go ahead.
These are the requirements that you need to have in order to date me.
First of all, you know you're getting stabbed at a bar for her, right? I mean, she's so Latino. She's got the Catholic saint necklace on her. Like, this is woman who has exes with multiple stabbing knives who cannot return the blade to its sheath until it's shed blood. All right? There's a few Inigo Montoyas in this woman's past. So that I'm just trying to warn you guys of the things that she's not going to tell you about. Here's the requirements to date her. Now, these are requirements. These are not suggestions. I've always found that you're going to find happiness and you're going to be on your way to finding a great partner who's compatible with you if you have a bunch of requirements before you'll even talk to them.
Need to have in order to date me, a single mom of 3 kids. Number 1 is that you need to be making at least $130K a year.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're probably wondering why I'm being silent. I'm letting all of you yell "fuck you." That's what I'm doing. I'm waiting for all of you to yell "fuck you" at your screen. I didn't want to talk over you. I find it very rude when you're doing a show and other people are talking that you start talking over them. So I thought we would get to the 130 grand a year thing. You guys could just collectively go, God, fuck yourself. And I would just give you, 3-4 seconds to do that. You bring 3 kids that are not his, that he's going to have to take care of, and you have the audacity to ask for 130 grand a year. I mean, at least before I lube up my audience and try to reach into their wallets, I make a few jokes and talk about Jews for a while. Jesus Christ.
And you need to have at least 2 side hustles. If you cannot make 130K or more, then you are out of my fucking league.
I don't think she understands what she just said there. If you, we'll go back. You can listen. She said, if you don't make 130 grand a year, you are out of my league. Honey, that you're supposed to say you're not in my league. Out of my league suggests above, like they're higher. And I would agree. Like if you're as materialistic as she is, if you don't make 130 grand a year and you're totally fine and you're happy with yourself, then yeah, you are out of her league, personality-wise. But she's like, you got to have 130 grand a year. You got to have at least 2 side hustles. What fucking ghetto trash that works for cash only are you dating? And just say drug dealers or nod, and we'll know. 130 grand a year and 2 side hustles. So basically, you want someone who's going to give you a fuckload of money and you never have to see them. Got to make 130 grand a year. You got to have 2 side hustles, so he's gone all the time, but there's money in the account. You fuck. You know, I'll give her this. She's honest. The only problem is usually the honest ones you have to sacrifice because they may be honest, but they're also giant hunks of shit. Look at those nails. Like, the longer the nail, the lower the IQ. That's usually what you can go off of. The longer the fingernails, the lower the IQ.
Make 130K or more, then you are out of my fucking league. How do you expect to give me money for my kids if you only make 50K a year?
Go ahead. I'm letting you guys yell and scream. See, now I've learned that, in my decades of doing this, that sometimes you can make the point and sometimes you can be simpatico with your audience and you can pause and you can let them make the point. Because sometimes I'll turn down the radio when they're talking about sports or whatever, and I'll have a take that I'm thinking about or, whatever. And if they would just shut up for a minute, I could do my show inside my car. So I wanted to give you that opportunity. I mean, it is, look, on one hand, I know a lot of people are looking at this and they're going, fuck this lady. Who the fuck does she think she is? There is something about the honesty that I appreciate because you can move along. You can pass. And by the way, where she's completely full of shit is that some dirty dick motherfucker making 30 grand a year working part-time could totally slither his way into her pants for a night and then leave. She'd be down. So this whole, I'm a queen and I deserve, you need to make 130K a year. And then the audacity to go, how are you supposed to give me money for my kids if you make less than 130K a year? This is the classic, I don't need no man mentality. But meanwhile, this woman's on all kinds of different government programs, all different kinds of welfare, EBT, whatever. And now basically asking a man to make 130 grand a year, not so he can accomplish his dreams, but so that he can be an economic engine for her and her children. What a fucking Looney Tune.
Fucking league. How do you expect to give me money for my kids if you only make 50K a year? Second is I don't date men that are younger than me because for obvious reasons. So if you are 26 and over, then you qualify. 26 to 35 is the age limit. Okay, I feel like 35 is pushing it because they look old as fuck already.
Fuck you! Oh, sorry, I wasn't going to be silent for that one. That was my turn to yell, fuck you. I apologize. I'm sorry about that. I was, that one got me. 38 and, I still get pussy. Now I'm 38 years old. I was 37. I was taking 2 at a time, you fucking asshole. Sorry, I apologize. I could fuck too, you stupid bitch. Tell me that I look old as fuck. All right, that's it. I'm shaving my head today. This woman got to me.
I'm 26. I'm a baby, so yeah.
Well, you know what? We agree with you there. You're definitely a baby.
Have to have at least 3 cars under your name. Your second.
You have to. How much does she think 130 grand a year is? How much does this bitch think 130? You understand that I'm assuming you don't work. 130 grand a year. If you're a single dude, you are, you might as well be a million. You will be a millionaire. I mean, if you're single and you make 130 grand a year, your budget is next to nothing. You know, you probably got a nice small house that you bought 10, 12 years ago when the market was still good. It's more than big enough for you. It's got a couple of bedrooms, you know, maybe 1,500 square feet. You pay $700-800 a month on it. It's great. Awesome. If that. And it's half paid off by now. You could probably pay the rest of it off right now with the cash in your pocket. Go on vacations whenever you want. Save a fuckload of money. You can buy all the dips. I mean, the stock market, not like chips, but if you all of a sudden take on a woman and her 3 children and you get a house big enough for that, who's buying 3 cars? Lady, come on.
The car has to have 8 seats because I have 3 kids. So I want them to be comfortable whenever we go with you on a trip or something. You want me to come with you? I'm going to bring my kids, and you need to have enough space for my kids. So that's why I require you to have an SUV and a vehicle of your own if you're going to be dating me.
Do you have a less fucked up sister by chance? That's what you do. You call this woman, you go, "Hey, I saw your video." Yeah. You have any hot friends? I figure I'd.
Another requirement is that you have to have a property under your name, and you have to be looking into getting your second property. Have to get a home.
Yeah, come on, guys. You're being fucking lazy, okay? She's 26 and she's popped 3 other dudes' kids out of her cunt. Why don't you have a cabin yet, asshole? You're 33. It's time to move out of your house that you moved out of your mom's house it's time to take the house that you have and get another. You dick. That 130 grand a year all of a sudden went from, as Stavros says in Tires, white trash sultan to broke as fuck because of this chick. You know what I blame? Now, she's only 26, so she wouldn't know. But part of this materialistic horseshit, at least in my generation, I do blame on MTV Cribs.
Home that has 6 rooms because each of my kids have to be in their own room. So you have to be considerate. Purchase a house that has 6 rooms because that's only common sense. Like,
bitch, are you retarded? A room for you and the guy, and then a room for the 3 kids. That's 4 bedrooms. You need 4 bedrooms, not 6.
And if you cannot meet those requirements, then you're not the fucking one. The last requirement is that it has to be pink. If it's not pink, no. Pink and brown go together. Pink and brown. Like, what?
What is she talking about? Is she saying white boys? Like, we got to be pink? Pink and brown go together. Is she saying you got to be a white boy? Oh, fuck, honey. You're done. Like 130 grand a year, multiple properties, like, you know, maybe drug dealing black guy, I was thinking. That's about it. I don't think that you're going to get the, wow. Nova says she's just a dark April. That's not true. She has her own kids. How dare you? Fucking asshole. Nova with a good one. Nova says, joke's on you. Your taxes paid for her nails. Oh, fuck. Well, you're right. Grand Poobah with $5 says, that's a lot of demands for a generous 7. God, right? I mean, entitled doesn't even start. So what do you guys think? I'm not single. A lot of you are single. You're all single. What do you think? Yay or nay? Thumbs up, thumbs down? What are we thinking? Fanatical Bucks fan says, let's do a 12-month follow-up with her. I bet more likely she has a 4th kid before she finds anyone to meet her demands. Well, I mean, I find that to be a fait accompli, as they say. Small Town MN Gal says, this bitch, please turn trans. Us ladies do not want to associate with you. Fuck you. 130 grand a year, 2 side hustles. Now, does that mean that the 2 side hustles and the main hustle can equal 130 grand a year, or do you got to make 130 grand a year and then have 2 side hustles? Or do you have to just swipe the other way and find somebody else? I think that might be the move to make. Oh, God, there was one I didn't want to miss. Here it is. Nova. Aaron is setting her up to be his 5th wife. I'm good. I'm okay, thanks. McBuster says it's only common sense that any man would be thinking about her needs 24/7. Duh, asshole man. Chris Benoit made $130,000 a year at least. I mean, maybe that would have. Eaton Clam says, "You're in, Mr. Toe." I'm good. A lot of people saying hard pass. Coltrane saying she's not even a Tijuana donkey fucking 7. Oh. Chips and Diff says, being single never stopped you before. Thanks. I appreciate it. That's very nice of you. Lab Glass says, I guess I'll stick with the wife. Yeah. Dive Bar says, don't take it out on her because you look old as fuck. Yeah, you fucking asshole. She's like, yeah, if you're over 30, if you're over 35, you start to look old as fuck. Thanks. I just feel like covering up my titties now. I feel embarrassed. 280 away from today. Well, diamond hands on the no begging Wednesday and the no begging Tuesday. It worked for Tuesday. It's jury's out on whether or not it's working for no beg Wednesday. 280 is the number. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Thank you guys. Nova says, did you just cup your boob? No, I can't cup my boob. I covered it. There's a big difference. Covering. I can't cup it. See, if I try to. Lander says, don't cover up those jugs, baby. Thank you. Thank you. Gray Duckling with $2 says, joke's on her. I only like white cake. She only wants to fuck white guys. What is that? The pink?
Common sense, and if you cannot meet those requirements, then you're not the fucking one. The last requirement is that it has to be pink. If it's not pink, no. Pink and brown go together. Pink and brown, what?
It's actually the only one that the white guys will agree with. Yeah, you might want to stay away from the other side of the tracks. But with those fingernails, look, honey, no offense, you're going to have to whiten up. I can't be bringing you around the family if you're going to be all, barrio and shit. You gotta, I hope you like chain restaurants. They, Central Minnesota white people, they're going to be like, Texas Roadhouse is good. Do you know Texas Roadhouse, by the way, took over as the #1 highest selling chain restaurant in America? Chain casual dining restaurant in America. And for this is what fucked me up. For the last 7 years, it had been Olive Garden. Again, I'm just don't shoot the messenger. It's just what I read yesterday. Texas Roadhouse. You can take her to Texas Roadhouse. She'll think you're fancy pantsy. But we got to get a lodge booth and you got to have lots of high chairs because I went through a dark skin phase and they all nutted in me and I got 3 kids and shit. Great. The white guys want to date her. They go, can I see a picture of your kids first? They see really fuzzy hair. They're like, I'm out. No, we're good. Look, I need a little information before I ask you out. Your kids, straight hair, relatively speaking? Ooh, you know what? I don't know. I've never tried to straighten a Brillo pad before. I'm not really. My Lost Interest says she enjoys it in the pink and the brown. That's true. That sounds like some wiping back to front shit, doesn't it? The pink and the brown go together. No, they don't, bitch. You're going to get an infection. Pink and brown do not go together. Cut that shit off right away. Basic hygiene, woman. Basic hygiene. Gray Duckling. Oh, boy. Where's Gray? There we go. Gray is getting in the game. Gray's at 75 for the week. Gray Duckling with $50 over on PayPal. Throw that man a Keith Olbermann.
They are afraid.
Thank you very much, Gray. Well, the heat is on. The game is afoot. 2:30. Hey, guys, we're 2:30 away from today's goal. Do you get? No, you don't know. 2:30. You know what that means? It's time to go to the dentist. because the goal is 230. Maybe 230 is the goal for today. So you would go to the dentist because when it's 2:30, you would then, oh, God damn it, Rebecca, you fucking ruined it. Thanks a lot. I was starting to have some fun. Rebecca with $5 over on PayPal says, here you go. Now you can buy that hair transplant you want to get that trashy bitch. Love this shit. You guys are fucking mean. All right. I'll play that game. Donos for what you think I want to buy with the money. Gray Duckling with $2 writes, I hate you. Oh, I love you. Thank you. 77 for Gray Duckling. Where does that put him? You got numero uno at 102, 103, 104 for today. Or for this week, I'm sorry. Nick the Milkman is at, or no, I'm sorry, Gray Duckling is at 77. And Nick the Milkman is at 75. Then you got Walter at 65. And, well, that's your top four. Loopy's out. Loopy's out of the loop, as they say. All right, well, it was fun while it lasted, the 230. That was nice. But now we're at 225 away from today. Thank you very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. We appreciate your generosity. Keep it going. And a no-beg Wednesday following a no-beg Tuesday could end up working. Coltrane with $1 says 229. Now shut the fuck up. That's okay. Rebecca already ruined it. A lot of people with a lot of questions about that Latino woman from a moment ago. Coltrane says, only Latinas I can stand are the ones with low self-esteem. Their attitude is annoying. Jesus. Look, there's let's just say there's a color swatch that I've always stayed in the dating world, you know, and it never got too dark, you know. I think in Litchfield there was a Colombian. Every night was like the Bay of Pigs. No, that was Cuban. That would have been. I you know what I did? I forced a Mrs. Doubtfire line. Colombians, by the way, I've actually gone out with 2 Colombians in my day. One was like a summer thing out of high school. She was very pretty, but fucking bananas. And then the other one I dated when I was in who would have known that there was a Colombian in Litchfield? But I went on a date with her, and then our second date, she came over to my apartment and she brought movies over. And she was tall, very cute. But I'm not saying she was crazy. I don't know if she was crazy or not. But I do know that the movies she brought over for our second date were Fido, which I don't know if you've ever seen Fido. It's a movie about a kid that keeps a zombie as a pet. And then American Me, where if you don't know what American Me is, it's an Edward James Olmos movie. There's a scene in there where a guy gets fucked in the ass on a bag of rice in jail. So that was what she brought. That's what she thought would be the movies that we would watch on our second date. That's a girl who knows how to seal the deal. Nova says, so what I'm saying is Colombians are very, very attractive people, but they're a different sort. Nova says, how does she wipe her ass with nails so long? It really is it's the constant question, right? How do you pull off wiping your ass with nails that long? Nova said, did Rekieta moan or high-pitched squeal like an Asian when you bent him over the hot tub? I'm sure that was a fantasy of his. I think he did want like some gay shit, but no thanks. That's not for me. That's not for me. JH says, Aaron, did you see Rekieta being bodied by everyone on his Twitter? Yeah, he kind of, he set himself up for that, though. He had a rough day yesterday, the poor guy. I feel like he's going to work himself into a fucking spiral tomorrow, too. Nova, oh, my God. Nova writes, mudfucker confirmed. That I don't think we don't, Nova, we don't use that term in this house. We don't say mudfucker. Chips and Dip says when Aaron hung out with her, he was always pointing out the midsection. That's not true. Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says at least it wasn't Human Centipede. That's true. She didn't bring over Human Centipede. It was weird, though. She brought over American Me. She brought over a bag of rice and a knife. I wasn't sure what she was trying to tell me with that. She told me she was into role play. I didn't get it. Wally World says for your dentist appointment, and he gives us, guess what he gave us, guys? He gave us $230. $230, which ironically brings our goal for today down to $220. Go figure that. Dead Game says Cardi B said those nails go up your ass. Then why? Why do we want the nails to be that long if they're going up our asshole when we're trying to clean our shit cutter? I think women with those nails just have a bidet. Because, yeah, you can't be fingering your own asshole while you're wiping. I mean, then you're just playing with it. Hey, guys, I got breaking news from VFR. Big breaking news from VFR. I used to think they weren't poisoning our food to make us sick, but this changed everything. Oh, my God. TrackDoc.com. Learn to identify and safely consume nature's bounty for survival. 20 edible plants and roots. Wow. See that one down there? That's called Roots Calhoun. Thank God. Who was that? VFR? Thank God VFR put that link in our chat. Otherwise, we would have never known that we were being poisoned by our food. TrackDoc.com.
They are afraid.
Goddamn.
Are.
Goddamn right, Keith. Goddamn right. Well, guys, you got educated today. Thanks to VFR, now we know about TrackDoc. Perfect. JH says, Aaron, it could be better. My first date was when my girlfriend brought over DVDs of the show 24. We had a great time. The old days. We had to watch your shows on DVDs before streaming. Vic Q says, Aaron, don't encourage them. You know what, Vic? I'm going to encourage them to gift you a membership on Rumble. Guys, I see someone without a membership, and it's old Vic Q. I think Vic Q deserves a membership for speaking up so boldly and bravely for this fine country. Somebody writes, so at what point did you go, fuck me, Dad was right about her? Probably the Coke thing. Clapogram says, women with those nails, that's what. The kids are for time to clean mommy. Oh, for fuck's sake. MSO writes, NWO, Negro women only? No. No, that's a tattoo on my ass. That's completely different from what the shirt stands for. Oh, my goodness. I have not been acting like I'm single again lately. I'm having some fun on my show. I'm having some fun with the boys. It's all it is. I do a fun little show. I like to have a little fun. It's a good time. We're having some fun over here. Oh, that's not a text. That's a notification to remind me of an appointment I have tomorrow. I didn't need it, but I appreciate it. All right, let's get into some other things, guys. Come on. You know what? We've been going to Tawdry Town. Things have been getting a little dicey and spicy on the program today, and I don't like it. And by the way, I am making a rule right now. I am not reading any of your guys' demeaning theories on what the NWO on my shirt stand for if a super chat, PayPal, Venmo, or Rumble rant isn't attached to it. I will be humiliated, but for a fee. Thank you very much. 220 is the number for today. Thank you, Wildcard, for the $5. He says, Wildcard, I don't care if her pussy wears a cape and sparks shoot out her ass. Fuck her. Oh, the woman that wants you to make $130,000 a year. Well, she made us a nice chunk of change today. Thank you guys very much. 215 is the number for this morning. Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble Rants, Venmo, Streamlabs. You've got it. Go ahead, throw in just 215 away for today on a no-beg Wednesday following a successful no-beg Tuesday. Thank you very much. Make them seethe. Hit the goal. We've got a Scott Jennings clip from CNN. You know, I'm very passive with my Scott Jennings clips. I like him. I think he's great. I think this Carolyn Leavitt does a great job as press secretary, but I think he would have done a fine job as well. He likes to get in there and mix it up, and that's what you got to do if you're press secretary. But Scott Jennings sits at a round table filled with liberals on CNN, and I feel like he 50% says stuff to make a point, and he 50% does it to see if he can get one of the people at the table to pound the glass and see if they can break through it with their fists. Because Scott Jennings has a way of setting these people off like nobody else. And now here's a clip, and we were talking about this yesterday. You know, they're focusing on the markets stagnate, like falling and then stagnating. You know, yesterday the markets were looking good until Trump said, I'm going to put a 104% tariff on China. And then the markets went down and we had a little bit of a down day yesterday. Well, CNN and MSNBC, they're all saying, oh my God, this is terrible. This is awful. This is bad for the economy. Now, we were saying yesterday, you can't let the stock market be the sole arbiter of the economy. Is it important? Absolutely. But the last 4 years, we had the stock market going from like 20, 25,000 up to 40, 45,000. And we had runaway inflation, and we had record credit card debt, and we had people who couldn't pay their bills, and it was terrible out there. It was not good. Now you have the Dow going down, but you have egg prices coming back down, home prices coming back down, interest rates coming back down, cheaper prices at the grocery store for now. We'll see what the tariffs do. But you're seeing what I think is called a correction, where the market has to meet the marketplace. There was such a wide gap between the market and the marketplace that it didn't make any sense. There needs to be kind of a meeting of the minds. It can't go up forever. So Scott Jennings was talking about that on CNN. What I hate about this shit is that when Democrats are in charge, then the market is everything. When the Democrats aren't in charge, then the market's everything. When the Republicans are in charge, or when the Republicans aren't in charge, it's not really, the stock market, not that big. And then when the Republicans are in charge, they're like, well, let me tell you why the stock market, when it's under us, it's totally fine for it to do this. Let's go ahead and watch this partisan slapfest on CNN.
This is new DNA for the Republican Party. That's why you hear Republicans and business guys who've basically been Republicans struggling with what to do, because the DNA of the party, for as long as any of us have been around, has been...
By the way, I love that when he talks about the changing DNA of the party, they show the old DNA of the Republican Party. This guy is a mascot. That's T. Boone Pickens, motherfucker. That's an old Texas oil man, Jed Clampett, in the motherfucking house. So Scott Jennings is like, the DNA of the Republican Party is changing. And this guy's like, I know my oil stocks ain't what they done used to be, and I don't much like it. But Scott Jennings is right. The DNA of the Republican Party is changing, and it needs to if they're going to keep winning. They've got more working class people, because the Democrats used to be the working class party, and the Republicans used to be the millionaire and billionaires club. Now, with the more diversified global economy, you got a lot of these wealthy people are turning lib. Meanwhile, a lot of these working class people feel like the Democrats have turned their back on them and they're going Republican. So now you have the Republican Party who used to live and die by the stock market, but now you have a lot of the Republican voters saying, hey, I love that eggs and milk and bacon are cheaper. This is going great so far. I don't much give a fuck about the market at the moment. I like that the shit I couldn't afford before is now much more affordable. You got a family who buys a dozen eggs twice a week. All of a sudden, they're saving $8 a week, $30 a month. For a working class family, that shit adds up. If you go to the grocery store and they buy 100 items at the grocery store every time they go, and each thing is $2 cheaper, well, they saved a fuckload of money. And if the Dow has to go down 4,000 points for them to realize that, for them to see that change, there's a lot of people in this country who would make that trade every time. But old T. Boone Pickens guy over here, the old DNA of the Republican Party, they don't give a fuck how much a gallon of milk costs. They never have. In fact, that's the thing they used to do to wealthy Republicans when they ran for office. They'd go, hey, how much is a gallon of milk right now? And I always thought that was an unfair question because I never knew what the fuck a gallon of milk was. And that's just because I'm irresponsible. It's like, I need milk. I'll go buy milk. But like, when he says the DNA of the Republican Party is changing, he's correct. And the Republicans need to embrace that. And in order to embrace that, they got to kind of fight their own impulses, a.k.a. this fucking guy.
And tariffs are bad. Taxes should be low. Free markets, et cetera, et
And
cetera.
like America's done pretty well.
So, but here's the flip.
Fuck you. It's amazing to listen to Democrats who have been talking about how we need to change things and America needs to fundamentally change. And then when someone comes along that's not them and they fundamentally change things, they go, hey, it was fine the way it was. We were doing great. What's the problem? It's all so disingenuous. It's all kabuki theater.
Flip side of that, Trump shows up with different advisors and different thoughts about asking questions. How well have we done if you're a working class, person and you've seen your job shipped overseas and you don't have the same kind of opportunities that perhaps you thought you were going to see? How well have certain segments of our society done? Is wealth inequality, because of some of these, trade ideas over the years that have just seen jobs go away?
What the fuck is happening? I walked America. You see that? That's a portal. America walked through this portal right here, and we came out on the other side where Republicans are talking about income inequality being a problem, and Democrats are going, oh, what's wrong with the old economy we have? It worked well for our billionaires. What the fuck happened? I woke up in an alternate universe today. I've got conservative Republicans, white guys with comb-overs and three-piece suits going, we really should address the income inequality towards the working class in this country. And we should do it with protectionism and tariffs and taxes. And then Democrats are going, yeah, but what's this going to do to the millionaires and billionaires and the investor class and the corporations on the Dow? What the fuck happened?
Previously could get jobs and live a comfortable middle-class lifestyle. So accepting this new DNA is going to be hard for some. You mentioned Rand Paul and Ted Cruz and others. They've been out there. Some are reluctantly accepting it, like John Kennedy. Others are running with it hard. How the party continues to accept that will probably be closely related to whether or not it works, over the 6 to 9 months. That's why I thought Kennedy was being honest. If it works, it'll be great. And if it doesn't, we'll recalibrate.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr., by the way, is another one who's kind of disappointing me a little bit. I don't want to be disappointed in RFK Jr. I don't, but I'm worried. I'm worried I might be. MSO says, no, you know what? If we're going to do no begging steel toe, I got to be a little less liberal with the free chat. Especially when MSO's talking about my jugs. I think there's got to be, here's the thing. If we're going to do no begging days, then I got to be a little more stringent. I don't want to be stringent. Maybe I'd rather beg than punish people for not sending in money. Because I feel like if you make people send in super chats and rumble rants in order to read them, then I feel like you're punishing your audience. I don't know. Oh, shit. Let's see how today goes. Lab Glass with $1 says, Negro women only tattooed on your ass. Pegging confirmed. That's not what I was saying at all. I was making a fun little joke. I was simply talking about, I was having a little fun with the group. This was not. Over 700 of you checking out Steel Toe right now. Go ahead, hit like, hit subscribe, hit share. We peaked out in the, oh, God damn you. Oh, no, we peaked out at 8:01. Barely. Barely. You guys peaked out at 8:01 today. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Sam Show says, you'll end up begging. You're fighting your own character. No. Dive Bar says, now you're starting to sound like whiny-ass Kevin Brennan. See, that's what I don't want to be. So which way do you go? We'll see. I guess it's kind of up to you guys. 2:15 away from today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rant. Yeah, just reading that after every donation and letting you know where the goal is. I think that's the way to go. What do we have? We have Gray Duckling, who threw in 50. So Gray is getting 2 steel toe stickers. I got to keep up with this, I suppose. And then anybody who throws in $20 today or more is getting 2 5.5-inch vinyl steel toe stickers mailed to them. It's another mailing day today. I got the rest of it to send out. It looks like I have 3 more. I have 3 more sets of Steel Toe Morning Show stickers. Anyone over $20 today is getting one of those sets of stickers. Thank you guys very much. About $200 away. All the links are in the chat. Click them and throw in a couple. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing of St. Cloud, our friends at All Care, with a great selection of trucks and wreckers and all kinds of stuff that can help pick up anything from motorcycles to heavy-duty equipment and everything in between. You have a problem? All Care Towing has a solution, and they get there quicker than anyone else in the business. So when you need a pickup, you need my friends at All Care. Contact them today. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Of course, with Midland, anything you're looking for in regards to sport shooting, personal protection, home defense, hunting, they've got it all. Go check out their website, midlandarmory.com. That's midlandarmory.com. I think, I'm having one of those days where I'm missing my DP12. You got to say that 12 right away, otherwise they can clip it. I'm missing it. Who knows? Next week, I'm heading over to Midland Armory, so I don't know. Midland Armory, downtown Foley, Minnesota. Talk to Derek and Tracy. They've got answers to all of your questions, no matter what your experience level or lack thereof. That's Midland Armory, midlandarmory.com. Visit Midland Armory today. And Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Guess what tomorrow is? Tomorrow is 250 cans at Stoney's Bar. So bring your friends, hustle some pool, play some darts. I mean, this weekend it's going to be 67 on Saturday and Sunday. Enjoy the weather. That is Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Live music every single weekend. Every weekend it's a party at Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. No MSO. It is not Mud Shark Monday at Stoney's. That's a clever alliteration you came up with. It has nothing to do with reality. Thank you very much. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Visit Stoney's today or tomorrow or all weekend. McBuster says 12 DPs missed. Got it. That's not what I said. It's not what I said. Trampling at the Zoo says headed to Midland Armory to get yeeted up. Should I get yeeted up? Maybe I should come back with bandoliers on. Huh? Maybe I come back with a bandolier and I look like an old bandito when I come back from Midland Armory. All right, let's get back down to business here, boys and girls. Oh, we got crazy Britney Spears coming up. I don't give a shit about that DeSantis story anymore. It's getting too newsy in here. Oh, we've got another, this Ohio sex teacher lady. God, do I hate her. There's a woman who just pled guilty to having sex with one of her students, and she fucking blames her husband. All of these stupid whores, I've had it. I've had it with this hormoning. These fucking hormones who can't own their own, this is why I'm not too hard on individual women who play the victim on fucking everything, because it's commonplace. It's a lot, and fucking suckers fall for it. You got this teacher in Ohio. She banged her student. She's a fucking sex pest. She's a goddamn pervert, and she blames her husband and say, well, he neglected me. Fuck you. How about a little loyalty? You're a teacher. You know he's making more money and busting his ass. Oh, he neglected me. So you fucked a kid? sorry, that ain't jiving. But it's always, whenever their fat's in the fire, instead of going, God, I'm a piece of shit, I really need to change, it's, oh, my husband was so bad. He was so, no, he probably wasn't. He was probably extremely patient with your stupid ass, with your toxic ass. And he probably funded your every folly. And then when your fat was in the fire and it was time to either take responsibility or deflect, guess which one you chose? Oh, it wasn't my fault. Somebody did this to me. Oh, sorry. I got a little. I'm sorry. Was that relatable? I apologize. That's yeah, you play the fucking victim whenever, because you have a choice. You can go, I fucked up. Here's what I did wrong. Let's change. Let's be better. Or you can go, who can I blame this on? So I can get shitloads of sympathy I don't deserve. God, I fucking hate her. What's her name? Emily. Ah, that's a great name. I will say this. That's a great name for a sex teacher. Emily Nutley. That's all. I mean, come on. That's kind of a perfect name for a student being like, hey, I heard you fucked a teacher. Who was it? I fucked old Nutley. Oh, I bet you did. An Ohio teacher was convicted of having sex with an underage student, has accused her estranged husband of extreme cruelty amid their divorce. It's funny how whores are always just victims of extreme cruelty. Not from just the husband, but I'm sure everyone they've ever met. There is a conniving whore born every minute and 2 simps to take her. Emily Nutley pled guilty Monday to 2 counts of sexual battery after being accused of having a sexual relationship with a student at St. Xavier High School in Cincinnati, and her plea comes in the middle of her messy divorce. Imagine that. She was an irresponsible, stupid whore, so her husband left her, and now she blames him. Tale as old as time. Let's take a look at old Nutley in court.
42-year-old Emily Nutley is a married mother of 3, according to her attorney. She's facing 6 felony counts of sexual battery after prosecutors say she had sex with the 17-year-old student.
Oh, my God, that husband must have been a monster. She's charged with 6 felonies after fucking a 17-year-old. Yeah, you know who the real bad guy is here? That goddamn husband of hers. What a piece of shit.
3 times beginning in November 2023. Judge Jennifer Branch said she signed an OR bond to release Nutley on her own recognizance a couple of weeks ago because both attorneys agreed to it. The judge admitted she didn't even know what the case was about, but now that she...
What? Is that allowed? I mean, I'm sure it happens a lot, but is a judge allowed to just fucking say that? A judge is allowed to go, you know what? Yeah, look, I'm just going to let you walk until we see you again. I don't really know what the fuck you did. I don't know what's going on. I got to be honest. I just came from lunch. They corralled me in the hallway, said I needed to do this. Yeah, take off. I trust you. Ross Dog's Broken Spirit with $2 says, send Tom Myers the link. He's bashing your takes. Let me say something. We bodied Tom Myers and fucking crushed him and his 10 people watching. And I think it got to his feelings a little bit because Tom Myers is so bad at trashing other shows that he just watches them and participates in the show. Tom Myers is somehow worse at streaming than he is at comedy, and that's coming from the guy who did the bong hit transplant joke. Oh my God, is he dreadful. Thank you, Ross Dog. I appreciate it. I hate this guy. He's fucking terrible. And what does Aaron do? He sucks Tom Myers in, and Tom Myers is commenting on the content of the show. It's too easy for me. Another win for the toe. Take the, by the way, Ross Dog throwing a couple more bucks. How many people does he have watching? Be honest. And this is after probably 10 or 20 of ours went and gave him a little bump. How many does he have watching? I'm going to set the over-under at 30. I mean, I'm the best show out there, and I'm the most interesting guy out there. If you can't draw a number with me, you're fucking terrible at this.
She is changing her mind.
Once I learned that, I realized that I was not comfortable with an OR bond.
Well, maybe it's something you should read up on before you take the arraignment hearing then. Oh, my God. Like, that's... we always have this idea that the system runs like machine work, you know? Like there's just gears and wires and electrodes going through everything, and everything runs the way it's supposed to. And then you get a story like this where there's a woman who fucked her student. She's charged with 6 felony counts, and the judge goes, yeah, you know when I let you out earlier with no bond? Yeah, sorry, I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I really didn't do my homework on this. Think about that. How often does this happen? With like violent criminals. Like this woman's a sex pest. She's a predator. You don't know what she could do. And the judge goes, oh, sorry, I didn't really read up on your case. I just let you walk.
But before the judge set a monetary sanction and put restrictions on Nutley, she wanted to hear from her defense attorney and the state.
We're comfortable with whatever you feel is reasonable. I spoke with the victim extensively about this. We're comfortable as is. There's been no issues so far.
Nutley's attorney agreed with the state.
There's absolutely no risk of flight to avoid prosecution. She's here with her father today. She has wonderful family support. I would ask the court to not set a monetary bond. They don't believe that at this point it's going to do anything to assure her presence.
Yeah, I mean, she's going to come back. She's going to face the music. She ain't running. But, like, you got to set conditions. I mean, released under your own recognizance. Obviously, stay away from schools. Stay away from the victim. Stay away from any place that has kids. You gotta have people go out and do your grocery shopping for you or have it delivered. I mean, you just can't be in contact. You can't be in contact with the delivery guy. He might be 17. Who knows?
France did not agree with the defense attorney's recommendation.
We'll modify your bond and set a cash portion of the bond at $30,000 and 10%.
Prosecutors say Nutley supervised a tutor.
So she can get out for $3,000. Or she can stay in jail until the whole thing's done. Oh, fuck.
Program at St. X to help students who were struggling academically, and that the alleged victim was in that program. Judge Branch ordered that Nutley wear an ankle monitor and have no contact with her alleged victim.
I mean, that's the least of which you can do, right? It's the least you can do. Oh, man. The fact that judge did not know anything about the case is mind-boggling to me. I didn't even know that was something that could happen. I thought the judge, like, at the very least, get the bare bones on the case. Holy Christ. Oh, my God. Someone told me he had 17 people watching. Oh, bro. Like, honestly, if I even go watch or address it, it's an L. Like, that's, you know what the difference between like 15 people watching you watch a show and find it really entertaining is? And the difference of having that and not having a show? Yeah, like that. Just about like that. Sorry for your failure, Tom. It happens to a lot of people. It's okay. We're kind of undefeated when it comes to that shit. Sorry, pal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. Yeah, we don't need to punch down that hard. I mean, that's really punching down. And also, like, Tom has been beaten up so badly and crushed so bad that he doesn't even feel it anymore. Like, he is so, like, his dignity is so non-existent. You've seen his act. He has no pride left anymore. He's a fucking doormat. So it's really, I mean, you know how when you wipe your feet on a doormat, you don't see dirt on it anymore. It's just, that's what it's become. That's Tom, ever a doormat. Sorry, pal. I apologize. I'd love to help you out, but we're too busy doing grown-up things. Run along, kitty. Knock it out, guys. Let's call it a win for the toe. About $200 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Let's go to the Britney thing. What's the end game here? Like, she's not going to die. Like, everyone had Britney Spears on a death pool for years. And I think it's time to admit that Britney's just kind of destined. And have we really ever seen this before? Have we seen a celebrity, like, get super top of the world famous and then live a full life, but they live a full life with no redemption and they're just crazy until the day they die? I'm trying to think. I don't know. Joan Rivers never really had a fall. She was famous the whole time. She lived a full life. Who's the crazy coochie lady? She was never like top of the world. Charo. Charles was nuts until the day she died, but she was never like top of the world. She was kind of on the fringes. Britney was the hottest pop star in the world for years. And she has been, oh my God, put her on S-word watch crazy for, I don't know, since 2005. For about 20 years, she's been out of her mind. Since whenever she shaved her head, people have been saying, oh, Britney's out. Britney's going to put her in your death pool. Britney's done. She's been hanging in there for 20 years. I think she might just be crazy until she dies. There was the, Clapogram says Grace Jones, Fauci's Pangolin, Tom Wopat. Yeah, I mean, there's nuts people that weren't famous anymore, but they were famous for being insane. But I think Britney might be the most famous. Like, if she makes it and she never has a redemption arc, that might be it. She might be the most famous one ever. Because there's a new clip now where she goes off on, it's not her fault that she's insane. It's all the haters are just pointing out. By the way, if you're a multimillionaire and you're Britney Spears level famous, you don't comment on the haters. Jesus Christ, Britney. You don't go and you're like, oh, I picked out like 5 Instagram comments and I want to call them out. You're too rich and famous to be doing that. By the way, that's why these people never get better. They go into the comment sections and they read this shit as though it matters. You're Britney fucking Spears. Let them say whatever they want. That's the trade-off. You get to be super famous and live in this gigantic house and dance with your knives while staring dead-eyed into a camera. And they get to say, you crazy, ugly bitch. Seems like a good trade-off to me. I don't have the big fancy house and millions of dollars, and I still let them call me a crazy, ugly bitch. Believe me, Britney, if I can handle it, you can.
But they did my lips.
Oh, that's right. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. She speaks in a British accent now. I didn't know if you knew that or not. I didn't want you to be surprised by any of it. But yeah, Britney's British. For anyone else, that might be weird. Like if Tom Cruise made a video and all of a sudden he's like, hello there, governor. Like you would be like, what the fuck is wrong with Tom Cruise? But if I go to you and I say, hey, Britney Spears talks in an English accent now, you're like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. That checks out.
And I went to a commercial and Sync was there and I had like these huge lips and I was like looking around and it hurt so bad. That's the thing, is like when it hurts, like I don't want to use beauty treatment. They're a doctor, you're supposed to make it like nice, make it really nice,
I can't believe that people would leave toxic comments on her videos. I mean, with content like this, with her being so stark raving reasonable, I don't know what people could find to pick apart in the comments section. This is what I mean. Like, she's not going to die. Watch tomorrow. She just croaked. The fucking curse of steel toe comes back. Every time a famous person dies, I get that Toe Boys page blows up with a bunch of people going, what did Aaron do? Aaron killed George Foreman. There was a run there where, like, for 2 years, every time I would mention some obscure celebrity, within a week, that celebrity was dead. Luke Perry was the best example. Like, and I think Paul Walker. We mentioned Paul Walker one day on the show. The next day, he wraps his car around a tree. Then there was the time we went, oh, who was that guy who was in that thing? And we're like, oh, yeah, it was Luke Perry. Luke Perry was in that movie. And all of a sudden, Luke Perry, gone, dead. We've done it with a few people. So now my punishment for the rest of eternity is every time some famous person dies, our audience goes, yeah, what'd you do to Betty White? She was 90,000 years old. That's what I did to her. But Britney Spears, she ain't going to die. She's going to be like cockroaches, nuclear weapons, Cher, plastic. Britney will always be around. She's going to be crazy. And by the way, again, will never get better. She will be crazy until the day she dies. But she will not die young.
And if you make it really nice, then you're going to come back and keep looking better. And the other person wants his business because no one wants to hurt anything like that. Just fucking.
And let me ask you this question. Let me play devil's advocate for Britney again. Who's she hurting? Really? She has enough money. Her dad built it back up. They put her under that conservatorship, and they made all her money back for her. And then enough fans went, come on, let Britney off the conservatorship. And then 5 minutes after a judge let her off a conservatorship, her first video comes out. We all went, oh, fuck, she really needs to be under a conservatorship. They're like, oh, come on, she seems normal. Let her off the conservatorship. And it's like, she only seems normal because she's on the conservatorship. They're keeping an eyeball on her. Then she gets married, and they're like, oh, that guy will take care of her. And then like 5 months of her with no conservatorship. He's like, yeah, fuck this. This ain't worth the money. I'm out. So now she just sits in a big mansion, turning on her phone and talking into it with a British accent. All right. If, there's nobody around, if she's not living with anybody and this is what she does for a good time and this is what she wants to do, look, there's a chance she's just a crazy rich bitch. Let her be a crazy rich bitch until she dies. She's not, like I said, she's not hurting anybody.
Horrible. I'm saying, G-Wagon, yo. The ice on it, and it takes 2 seconds, and they're fast, like really fast and sharp, and they know what the fuck they're doing. And you come out, and you're like, I have Penelope Cruz lips now. It's like me, and it happens so fast, and they're really, really good. Now when I came to
she's still really cute too. She's Britney Spears still look like you still would. She's insane. She has a serious problem. But still would. Yeah, Sam Show says you can fix her, right? Still fix. It seems like a fix-me-up job. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says, hey, Tom, begging a guy to snipe you isn't making someone your bitch, genius. Look, the owning of Tom is letting Tom speak. He's the easiest win there is. Yeah, Tom, listen to numero uno. If you can't get attention, if you can't get people to watch you as you're stream sniping a more successful personality, you don't then go, hey, Aaron, will you come watch my show? Tom Myers is Jake Hudson level at this point. That's where Tom Myers is. He's like, excuse me, nobody's listening to me talking shit about you. Will you come watch me talk shit about you, please? It's like I've got another little kid and he wants dad to play catch with him in the yard. It's like, will you watch me build a snowman? The only problem is Tom Myers is really more the retarded kid. And every time he tries to roll the snowball, he just goes face first into the dog shit. Poor guy. Oh my God, is that true? MSO says dude's got 12 viewers. Oh, no. Tom. Now I feel bad. Tom, put the fucking link in our chat, please. Tom, can you do yourself a favor? Could you put the link to you stream sniping Steel Toe into our chat? We need to help this guy. Guys, this is fucking bad. We need to help this guy. I'm sure it's unwatchable. I'm sure it's garbage, but and I know Tom has no actualization, no self-realization, so he's not going to neck himself or anything. But goddamn, man, 12 is pathetic. That's not having it. You don't even have a show. I mean, when we're in the 700s, we're like, God, what a down day. But this puts it in perspective. 12? Fucking 12? K-Fall in the Great with $2 says, for the strap-on and cock cage. Thank you. I appreciate that. Guys, we're still 210 away from today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. I'm not so hard on. Like I said, it's No Beg Wednesday. We had a very successful No Beg Tuesday, but you guys have been incredible. So whatever you do today. I just feel like doing a great show. We can bring back Beggy Thursday if we need to. But for right now, hey, look, we're 210 away from the goal. If you feel like helping out, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Thank you, numero uno Josh Denny fan. He put Tom's link in the chat. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Tom needs that help. Kloppo says 5 of his viewers left him to come here. Oh, no. MSO says, my bad. It's up to 14 now. And you know what I do like about Tom is that he's way too fucking stupid to know how fucking terrible he's doing. So he's not going to stop. Like, he'll keep coming back. Like, he's the gift that keeps on giving. Oh, no, now he's telling himself that his 10 viewers are trolling us. Oh, Tom. Oh, Tom. You got to give the kid this. He's nothing if not delusionally what's the word? Persistent, if you will. Look, I've learned to stop taking all these Trump administration teases and thinking they're going to be something. How many weeks has it been since Pam Bondi said that we're going to get the Epstein files? It's been 3 or 4 weeks that we were going to get them tomorrow. Look, I've stopped buying the fact that we're going to get when they say, oh, shit, something's big. You guys aren't going to believe it. This is fucking huge. This is massive. They teased yesterday that Doge found something really big. Doge found a really big thing, and it's really going to help the American people. And they asked Carolyn Levitt. They're like, oh, my God, what is it? And she's like, I can't tell you. And it's like, come on. She's like, no, Trump has to be the one to tell you. It's like, oh, yeah, because Donald Trump is really known for keeping shit close to the vest. Well, I don't think this is the thing that they were talking about. This wasn't the big news that they were putting out there. But Doge did find something very interesting about Social Security, illegal immigration, and the Biden administration. We'll get to that in just a second. But, you know, when you're $200 away from your own goal, everybody who gives $1, you got to click on them and give them lots of attention. Numero uno Josh Denny fan with $1 says, Tom is telling you that you don't realize that people watch to fuck with you. Boy, if that ain't the Tom calling the Aaron retarded. That's... Tom, you're a national treasure. Don't ever go changing. Don't ever go changing. He might be easier to own than Melton is. Well, no, Melton does it himself. I don't have to do any work. Tom, you got to point it out to him because he's kind of stupid. All right, let's go to this breaking Doge news from yesterday. I don't think this should surprise anyone, but it's always nice when you're like, you know, I'm not crazy. I know this is going on. Come on, like, at least give that to me, and then they confirm it to you.
Reveal what's really going on. Doge exposed our immigration asylum disaster. That was the tip of the iceberg. Now here's the story. Doge has found that immigration gave a work authorization document to illegals just 5 months after they filed for asylum. That document allowed them to work while they waited to hear whether their asylum request had been accepted or denied. So they could work as an illegal, knowing it would take years before their case was heard.
Okay, I know this is not going to be a popular opinion, but I would rather, if they're going to be allowed to stay here under the Biden administration, I mean, should they have been turned away for coming here illegally? Yes, of course. We should have had a more secure border. But I would much rather have them able to work while their asylum request is being processed rather than sit here and siphon off of our benefits program, which you know the Biden administration would have given them a pass to do. I would have rather have them make their own money. By the way, nice Crocs on the immigrants here.
The Immigration Department mailed them a Social Security number. No interview, no proof of identity. Just put it in the mail. Here's your number. In 2021,
they gave them a Social Security number. Oh, no.
Doge says,
look at that. These are the amount of Social Security numbers given to new non-citizens, illegals coming in here. Over 2 million of them in 2024. And then you're called a conspiracy theorist when they go, they're just letting all these illegals funnel across the border because they want them to vote Democrat and they're trying to pump up their numbers. You're a crazy conspiracy theorist for thinking that.
270,000 new aliens were issued Social Security numbers, 590,000 in 2022, 964,000 in 2023, and 2.1 million in 24, right before Biden left office.
I hope that that's not the big holy shit that Doge found. Because when I think of a holy shit for Doge, I want a dollar sign attached to it. I want it to be like, we found $1 trillion annual dollars in savings. Wow. That solves almost all of our problems. I don't want it to be like, hey, you know this shit we already fixed from the Biden administration? We found out that they were really fucking up. Yeah, we know. Balance my budget. Cut my taxes. That's what I'm looking for out of Doge.
Doge also discovered that 1.3 million aliens are now receiving Medicaid. Millions received driver's licenses. Some registered to vote, and Doge says some actually did vote.
Again, you're all crazy conspiracy theorists. This goes back to COVID, too. You're all crazy conspiracy theorists. All your replacement theory stuff is bullshit. I can't believe you'd be so racist. You're such a white Christian nationalist and so on and so forth. And again, it's always like a year or two later. Oh, hey, by the way, mainstream news. Yeah, that thing we were calling you a racist for you. It turns out totally true. What? Ain't that a kick in the head? Over 2 million of them in 2024, though. I think they must have known that, shit was going down. It's an election year. We really need to pump up these numbers. So let's throw as many of these. Let's throw as many of these out there as we can. God. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan with $1 says, Tom failed to understand what my last Rumble rant meant. He's incredible. I think I love him. I know. I know. It's so wonderful. Tom is the gift that keeps on giving because he's a constant self-own, as it would be. But he doesn't know. Like, literally, Tom's been getting fucking decimated all morning long. Not even by me, by my audience. And he doesn't even know it's happening to him, which makes him the fucking best. Yeah, somebody, too, with a great... oh, no, McBuster is calling him Tom Hudson. Uh-oh. He's Tom Hudson. Somebody says they got over 2 million illegals to become legal and still couldn't win an election. I know, that's the worst part. You know when you cheat really big? What happened to them between 2020 and 2024? Because in 2020... they cheated pretty well, and they got themselves a W. They were effective cheaters. I know they didn't have a virus this time around, and they couldn't just print up, mail-in ballots. Well, no, but they did have mail-in ballots. It would have worked. It could have worked. Did they fuck up so bad that they couldn't even cheat their way to victory? They gave millions of people that were here illegally, that they bribed with Social Security benefits and Medicaid benefits that they weren't allowed to have, and they still couldn't bribe their way to a win. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says, I think I need to book Tom for the evening show. He's already our guest today. It's fantastic. It's, as Britney Spears would say, it's bloody fantastic. Guys, help out. 210 away from today. No Beg Wednesday, going terribly. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Whatever happens, happens. Look, if we miss by 200 today, we can absorb it. It's fine. I'm just glad we're in a place where we can do that. We can do it one day. We can't do it regularly. But I just wanted to do a show today after yesterday went so well. It feels nice to not sit here and look at the clock and go, well, in 50 minutes, we got to, please. Don't get me wrong. I still want to get to zero. I still want to make it look like we did a good show today, because if you make $100 and you do a show, you're like, I feel like I didn't do very well. But at the same time, the fact that you did it on your feet and not on your knees is, it's worth something. So go ahead and chip in. Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble Rant, etc. Numero uno with $1. Numero uno with $1 says Tom's own chat is trying to explain to him what's happening, and it isn't getting through. So his own 10 people that watch him and hate me are going, Tom, you don't understand. You look like a fucking retard right now. They're clowning you. And he's not, you're saying he's not getting it? Yikes. Dan Vicious with $20. Thank you very much. Let's give him a Hulkster.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you very much. Hey, that puts us down to 190 for today. Dan Vicious says, love from Wisco. Oh, Dark Side Aaron's really upset that we can still get down to zero and we can still make our money and we don't have to do it with his people going, but I want to pay Aaron to tell him how much I hate him. Must suck to know that we don't have to do that. Sorry, buddy. But hey, you know what? I've noticed that you're becoming more of a fan. Don't worry, it happens to all of them. They start out going, oh, Aaron touched me wrong or something. I don't know. Aaron violated me. I hate him for no reason. And then all of a sudden they watch Steel Toe and they're like, you know, these guys do have a lot of fun, and it's not just some fat pedo getting angry at everything. This is kind of a better hang. I think I'll stay here. Don't worry. You'll be there. It'll take 60 days. It's not going to happen overnight, but God, we've seen it thousands of times on this program. All right, what this tariff thing needs to get figured out really soon because they're starting to get a little bucky over in Washington. Jameson Greer, United States ambassador, was sitting there talking. He was talking the Republican senators through all of these tariffs. And one of these Republican senators, Tom Tillis, he doesn't like these tariffs, and he's worried that this isn't going to work out. And this Jameson Greer is trying to tell him, like, hey, look, don't worry about it. It's going to be okay. We're going to be fine. Tom Tillis had he had a follow-up question for old Ambassador Greer, and let's just say that the tariff shit is starting to get to people. Like, the rhetoric is starting to amp up. And let's also say that Aaron's just trying to talk through a 30-second Mediaite ad because usually they're 5 seconds, and this one's 30, and I have to pause to kill time because I'm a fucking terrible show host and don't know how to introduce a segment. By the way, 190 away, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Oh, and remember, if we get to 20 gifted Rumble memberships, I gift 5. Here we go.
Chairman, Ambassador Greer, thank you for being here. Back in the 90s, I was in management consulting, and there was a new platform that came out that promised to transform the business industry.
It was called lemonparty.com, and people were amazed at the tech level.
ERP. Some of the early attempts at implementing the system proposed an a la prima approach. Let's do it all at once. Let's change the plumbing out. Let's get it all in, get it done, rip the Band-Aid off. It proved to be hugely unsuccessful. There were a lot of very visible projects, and the industry decided there needed to be a methodical sort of prioritization of what parts of the business needed to perform better sooner and how do you...
I wish that these people at these hearings got to interrupt. Like, it would be so nice to have the ambassador talking about tariffs go, yeah, that's a great trip down memory lane, Senator. What's the fucking point? Can we get to the, like, how many of these hearings could be done in a third of the time if we cut out all the pageantry and just went, all right, here's my questions. But all these senators have to get on TV. They have to get on C-SPAN so the people in their state know they're doing something rather than just calling donors all the time.
You layer onto that a comprehensive strategy. It looks like we've got a novel approach here in terms of an a la prima approach. I'm not a trade expert, and I'm not going to question it at this point. I do have a question about, at the end of the day, the other thing in management consulting we like to focus on is this concept of one throat to choke.
Wait, what? I played that game. It almost got me charges. No. They say that they like it until they all pass out in bed. It's like, come on. I thought you said kinky. What do you want from me?
In other words, when you're finally taking a look at a strategy, someone has to own it. And you can't say that it's the president or the vice president. So my first question to you, in this scenario, the decision maker who decided the a la prima approach, who has obviously had to have spent time anticipating what we saw in the markets and some of the pushback, I'm assuming this all got gamed out because it's a novel approach, it needed to be thought out. Whose throat do I get to choke if this proves to be wrong?
So look, it took a Hideo Nomo windup to get there, but this is what I mean. Like, this guy's a Republican. They're starting to get chippy. This is what Scott Jennings was talking about with the old DNA and the new DNA of the Republican Party. The old DNA is this guy. He's like, God damn it, the markets have been in tough shape for almost a week. Whose throat do I get to choke? Nobody's, fuckhead. You got to give it some time. You know, the new DNA of the Republican Party is saying, look, our foreign trade policy has been so cancerous, and we've been bending over for so many fucking countries and letting them tariff us to death. We're going to fight back a little bit, and it's going to take a long time to undo this. It could take months to get these people to the table and work out some better deals. Whereas this Tillis guy, these old blood Republicans are going to fuck everything up because they're going to see a few days of panic in the market and they're going to go, oh my God, what are we going to do? We have to throw somebody overboard. They don't have the patience or the guts to see this through. So you got this Tillis guy. When was the first drop in the market? Thursday? Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday. We had 4 days. You have 4 fucking days of this stuff, and already these old guard Republicans are going, who do we have to kill? Find us a virgin to throw in the volcano. Find us a sacrifice. We need to cut their guts open and burn their entrails and cut the head off a chicken to see what. Give it a second, guys.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Or let Booker T come into the Senate and yell at those guys, one of the two. But these old, crusty Republicans sitting there going, man, you guys don't know what the fuck you're doing. Whose throat do I get to choke over all this? Nobody. We're not choking people. We're not going to do any choking, Grandpa. We're going to see if this works. We're going to cut better deals, and hopefully this will all be a bad memory. Or it's going to set the entire fucking economy on fire, and we're going to drag the whole world economy with us. You know, we get to find out. Aren't trade wars fun, boys and girls? Whose throat do I get to choke? I got bad news for Senator Tom Tillis. If you're up for re-election in 2026 and this doesn't work, you're the throat they're going to choke. All the elected officials, because if the trade war doesn't work, guess what? You're going to see a blue wave in the midterm elections. That's what I would do if I were the ambassador, because he's appointed. He's not elected. So the ambassador can just hold up a mirror. Tom Tillis can go, whose throat do I get to choke if this doesn't work? There you go, Senator. That's the choking throat, my man. Sorry. Eagle of America says, amazing how they complain about the rich, but then simp for the rich, who are the main investors in the markets. It is weird. Watching this whole thing unfold has completely shifted like the dynamic of American politics, and it really is something. Nova says China can't afford to buy American stuff anyway. Yeah, they're talking about no Hollywood movies. They're saying, you guys keep up these tariffs and we're not going to buy any Hollywood movies, which would make them just like Americans. I mean, Americans aren't buying Hollywood movies either, so why should they be any different? Chips and Diff says, notice Aaron always lets Booker T say the N-word before he cuts the clip off. Well, you don't disrespect the five-time WCW champion. For God's sakes, man. All right, somebody texting in, Tom Myers has sand in his clit. What did I tell you guys about the word allegedly? It's very, very important. Hey, kids, 190 away from today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants if you'd like to kick in. You are getting overtime today. You guys have been incredibly supportive. You've been amazing. So you are getting overtime today. We're trying something different. And just be generous with your money is all we ask. Thank you very much for supporting this program. Like, subscribe, follow. If you got no money in your pocket, that's the best way you can support this show. Like, subscribe, and follow. If you got money, we'd love to take some because that's what we run on. Makes us happy. And I also have, I'm only down to 2 more 2-packs of steel toe stickers. So anyone who throws in $20 or more today, the next 2 are getting steel toe stickers. Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble Rants, etc. Go ahead and throw in, and let's see if we can't score a win today on a no-beg Wednesday. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. 190 is the number for today. We got over an hour to do it. So we appreciate everything you do for us. Let's open up these 8 o'clock hour stories. Stress-free. I got one day where I can take a day off and not worry about knocking that out, and I can just do a show and bore the piss out of everybody. How about that? Nova, I like Nova's idea. Nova says, you assholes should just give Aaron your bank account information and he can take out only what he deserves. You know, that is a wonderful point. There are going to be some shows where maybe I'll put a $2 deposit in there. I'll be like, you know what? This one's on me. And then there will be some days where I take out $5,000 and I'll be like, you know what? You really don't deserve me. But you know what? All of them will be fair. It'll only be when I deserve it. Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says, oh, follow. I thought he said, never mind. Thank you for the $2, Silverwolf. I appreciate it. 190 is our number for today. Helgi says, fuck your stickers. I want coasters and koozies. All right, look. You see this? $50 will get you a coaster and the 2 stickers. How's that? Actually, that's not fair. 40 will get you. I love how I went big balls and I'm like, yeah, fucking 50. I'm like, that's not nice. How about 40? I'm a great businessman. Thermodyne Diesel with $10 says, good show. Thank you. For great shows, I get 20. But I will take good show and a 10. That's very nice. So I've got one coaster that I see here. So the first $40 is getting the coaster and the stickers. And then we got one more 2-pack of stickers if you want those. Scott Jonesy. Scott, no. No, Scott. Scotty bad. Scotty no, Scotty bad. That is so bad and so no and Scotty no that I don't even think I can read that. And I don't think it's 50 euros. I think it's 50 American dollars, Scott Jonesy. Jesus. Boy, you really just kind of came out swinging on that one, didn't you, buddy? 09 Canyon says, how much for your collection of wedding bands? I can tell you where my 2 wedding rings are. One of them is in the backyard of one of my neighbor's houses, my old house in Big Lake. Scott Jonesy says, I didn't say dollars on purpose. Well, you're a fucking saint, buddy. One of my first wedding ring is in the backyard of somebody's house in Big Lake because I took it and I just, there you go. And the second one is actually in a field across from my family's cabin because I took that one and I just chucked it. I have, when you're divorced twice, you're like, hey, I want to have a gimmick that I do with my wedding rings when I'm all done. So yeah, before I left for the cabin one day, I picked up my finalized divorce papers and I was so excited. I got to the lake and I just took off the ring. The ring was down in my, in the center console of my vehicle. I went and I grabbed it and I had the papers with me and I went, whoosh. And I chucked the guy. Chucked it. Somebody says, can't wait to see where the third one is thrown. Nova says, so you threw away hundreds of dollars? Not a smart businessman. I don't think mine was that expensive. I think mine was like $100. I don't think there was a lot of resale value. Hers was expensive as fuck. I gave it back to her. I said, you keep it. It's all yours. I don't want it. And I hope she sold it so she could keep that vehicle a little longer. Helgi with $1 says, I want a deck of cards with your mugshot on the back of each card. We can't do those things yet. We cannot do those things yet. Either way, thank you guys very much for the contributions. I appreciate it. 180 is the number today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. Thank you very much. Dive Bar says the third one is going to get thrown in a lake 80 miles from Santa Fe. Wait, what? It's going to get thrown where? Why would I do that? What would be the... Oh! I see. Nova says, I want a deck of cards with each ex-wife of Aaron. We're getting there.
I'm still parked out by the lake.
This is my Ring song.
80 miles from Santa Fe.
80 miles from Santa Fe.
And I'm sitting here just parked out by the lake.
I see he's just parked out by the lake. Where?
If you're wondering where I park.
I am. Where is it?
I'm out parked by the lake.
Which lake, though? There's a lot of them.
It's the lake that's 80 miles from Santa Fe.
Oh, thank you. You're parked out by the...
I'm parked out by the lake.
Oh, and it's not too far away from...
Santa Fe.
It's the lake. Oh. Well, that makes sense. That's the lake it is. And where are you...
This lake is where I'm parked.
Fair, okay.
80 miles from Santa Fe.
So it's the lake. Okay.
Parked out here by this lake. 80 miles from Santa Fe.
You know what's scary about that song? As much of a parody as it is of a country song, it cuts a little too close to the bone, to be honest. Like, it's actually too close to what an actual country song could be. Maybe that's what makes it wonderful parody. Somebody says, so why can't you make money off your mugshot? Every influencer who gets arrested does it. I don't want to right now. Does that make sense? I hope you don't make me spell it out for you. I don't want to make anything. It's crass to do it right now. If that... Do you... See, sometimes I count on you guys being really smart so that we can, I can just say something and you go, oh, yeah. I grasp that. I get it. I feel you, dog. 180 away from today. Let's go. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Oh, there's the guys falling into the burial hole story that we had before that Kloppo sent us. I had that one ready to go. This is a terrible day at the beach. Let's go ahead and check this one out while you guys are emptying your wallets.
A man is in the hospital tonight after a driver in Ormond Beach ran over his head and body while he was sunbathing on the beach.
What the fuck? Florida's a fucking crazy place, dude. I've been to Volusia Beach. And it was fine. I mean, it seemed normal enough. Everybody seemed okay. But apparently they're just as Florida as everywhere else. It's just a guy's on the... And I guarantee it's a guy. He was driving an ATV. He was drinking a beer. He wasn't paying attention. He's fucking around on his phone, looking where the best place to hunt boa constrictors in the Everglades is because he gets paid by the egg. And he's just not looking, and he feels a bump, and he goes, oh, shit, I didn't know they had that big of rocks on the beach. And then in the background, he just hears, oh, my fucking God. And then he has to turn around. He's like, shit, I think I killed a guy again. Fucking hell.
West 2's Pam Lacombe live at Halifax Health in Daytona Beach, where he's getting treatment now. And Pam, you actually talked with him.
Yes, and he said, the sand was warm and my head hurts.
I did, and he just had surgery yesterday. He said he still is in a lot of pain. He has a broken arm, a broken leg, a lot of bruises and scratches.
Yeah, that'll do it. You get your fucking head ran over. It's going to break some shit. The sand actually, ironically, probably helped. Your head sinks into the sand a little bit. Yeah. My dad ran over a guy's foot once. We were going to a Timberwolves game. My cousin, myself, and I think a friend of mine and my dad. We were all going to the Timberwolves game, and we couldn't find a ramp to park in. And there was a ramp that was open, but the traffic director guy said, no, you got to go that way. You can't go in this ramp. And my dad's like, I want to go park in that ramp. It's open. Sir, I need you to go that way. So my dad starts inching forward, and he literally runs over the guy's foot. And I'll never forget, the guy got his foot run over, and this was the sound he made. It's burned into my memory. I'm sitting in the back driver's side of my dad's Envoy or whatever the fuck it was. And we're sitting in there. The guy is leaning over the passenger side of the windshield. He puts his foot out in front of the car like he's going to stop it that way. My dad keeps inching forward and just rolls over the guy's foot. And the guy goes, "Oh, fuck." I wish I could have recorded. It would have been a great sound drop. It was just literally this guy in a Dayglow vest, just some fucking traffic stop guy, thinking he had some kind of authority. My dad's just like, "I want to park in the ramp." He's like, "I can't let you do that, sir." And he just plants his foot, not understanding the physics of tire versus foot. He puts his foot right in front of the moving vehicle, and then it just runs over. "Oh, fuck." And he went down, and my dad, cool as a cucumber, just turns around to the rest of us, hands us 3 tickets, and he goes, "You guys should probably go in. I'll meet up with you later." And he did. In the second quarter, my dad made it to the game. He was cited for inattentive driving, and he had to pay a fine. It was a mail-in fine, too. He never went to court over it. He got a ticket for inattentive driving, paid a fine, and that was it. But the fucking guy, the 20-something-year-old dude who thought his whistle gave him power, put his foot in front of the vehicle and goes, "Oh, fuck."
Has a long road to recovery ahead, but he is hopeful he will fully recover in the end.
Yes, someone's been hit on the beach with a car.
Okay. What are you doing? What was a car? The fuck are you doing on the beach with a car? Is that a thing you people do in Florida? You just driving around on the beach in a vehicle? I would have thought ATV or like a buggy or something like that, a go-kart kind of a thing. Nope, you guys just driving around full vehicles, running over people's heads. Great job, Florida.
What's the location? The lifeguard's here. The guy's alive. He's moaning very badly.
Well, yeah, I mean, you lay down. Let me run over your fucking head, and you tell me if you're making goofy noises. One of them's going to be... That's going to be one of the noises you make. That's you gurgling on your own blood. No, it is not me choking on semen. Shut up. A car ran over his head. He's going, yeah, 911. Yeah, there's a guy. He's on the beach. He just got ran over by a car. He's moaning very badly. He was hoping you guys could get out here soon. He's really fucking annoying, and we're trying to have a nice beach day. Yeah, thank you.
A call for help to Ormond Beach after a car ran over a 33-year-old man just off Cardinal Drive beach ramp. From his hospital bed, Colson Janey found the strength to talk to us.
I guess I'd maybe fallen asleep for a little bit. And
did you fall asleep or did you pass out? Why is his dick wearing a Klan hood? I don't understand. This is a very forced perspective shot.
I woke up to a tire coming over my head.
The scrape on his eyelid
Lucky
and bruising
tire.
on his face, that's what we could see, but he says the damage.
That's not bad, though. Like, his face doesn't look too terrible for a guy whose face got run over by a car. That's what people always say about me. You know, whenever I date someone, they always say, hey, you don't look so bad for a guy whose face got ran over with a car. And I tell them, but my face didn't get run over with a car. And they go, oh. We can't all be matinee idols.
Damage done is much more.
So now I have a forearm that's broken in 2 places, both bones in the forearm, clean break, and then my femur, which was broken. So they just had to put a titanium rod in yesterday.
It happened Saturday while...
I bet she's drugged up real nice. I bet you they got him on the good shit. That's the only perk about getting your fucking arm and legs snapped in half and your head run over.
Janey sunbathed in the no-drive zone. Deputies say a 61-year-old driver left the travel lanes, backed into a parking spot, and ran him over.
Jesus.
It's like I had 2 brains. One brain was just screaming and just thinking of how much pain I was in. And the other brain was kind of being more rational, like, okay, what's broken, what's moving. I look over my right arm and it's flattened. I look down at my leg and it's mangled.
Jesus. Oh, they had to shave him up. You look weird, sir. That's where they put the titanium rod in. Usually when I say that, I'm pointing to my asshole. That's where they put the titanium rod in, right there. That's the... Yeah, he did have two brains. In fact, his head got ran over, so his brain probably was literally split in two, and they were both doing their own thinking at the time.
His road to recovery is a long one.
The femur is obviously, that's the biggest bone in our bodies, so
Yeah.
that's...
Maybe for you, am I right, everybody up top? Hey, who's black? Yeah, the femur is like, the femur, that thigh bone, that's stronger than concrete. Allegedly, that's what they say.
A little bit more difficult to deal with, but what I've heard is 3 or 4 months of recovery time.
But he's choosing to focus on the positives.
I mean, really the only positive you have when your head gets ran over by a car is I'm not dead. That's about it.
Just thankful to be alive and to be able to walk again at some point.
And deputies say the driver showed no signs of impairment. She was cited with careless driving, but that investigation is still...
Hey, woman driver, am I right? Little Bonnie Foo-Foo driving through the beaches, seeing lots of lazy guineas running over their head. Poor guy. What a terrible guy. Or what a terrible day for that guy, I should say. Hobo Chili says, Aaron, you couldn't last in Florida. We would use you as currency. Well, my stock is high, my friend. My stock is high. You can't afford me. Wait, that still makes me a male prostitute, doesn't it? 180 away from today. Thank you, Need Trump, with becoming a member for 34 months. Says, here's to another monthly dues, boss. Best show out there. Thank you, pal. Thanks a million. We're a long ways away. We're 180 away from today, but we said we're giving you overtime anyway. It's going to be a no-beg Wednesday. We're not going to run the 5-minute gimmick. If you guys hate that, then look, tomorrow's another day, but we had a no-beg day yesterday, and I liked it a lot. Do I want to get to zero just on the merits of the show? Of course I do. Is it possible? I don't know. $180 in an hour? Who knows? Who knows? We'll see. Well, Streamlabs, PayPal, little Venmo, little Super Chats. Everybody works their magic. Couple 20s here and there. Nobody wants any of my steel toe shit. It's like such a weird... Like, I feel good that we don't need to hit a goal today. It's also really fucking depressing that me just doing a straight show, I can't. We said $40. You can have the coaster and the stickers, the person who donates 40 today. And the next 20... as a thank you for your contribution, you're getting 2 complimentary steel toe vinyl stickers. So that's pretty fucking brutal, but it's nice to just go story to story and boop, boop, beep, boop. Here we go. Read a couple of chats, then go to the next thing. Pretend you have a real show again. It's kind of nice. But it also sucks that you're like, well, if I did this every day, I'd be out of business in a month. Jay Leno. God damn, man, can this guy not, like, Jay Leno finds himself in the news more retired than when he was doing the Tonight Show. Jay Leno the other day, Monday, was in the news because he was just driving a tank around California because fucking Jay Leno drives tanks around California. And then now he's in there, like, he's like a lobbyist now. Jay Leno is in California, or at the California Capitol, advocating for something they're even calling it Leno's Law. I don't know if you know this, but Jay Leno doesn't have children. So instead, he has an airplane hangar full of classic cars. He's a avid car collector. And now it's also a great illustration of the things you can buy if you don't have children. But Jay Leno has an airplane hangar. It's full of classic cars and tanks and all kinds of other things. And it's not like he's one of these guys who just parks his money in classic cars. He fucking tinkers with them and works on them. Very famously, he burned half his skin off working on a steam engine vehicle. You know, the steam engine fucking blew up in his face and burned his arm and burned his face, all the shit. Like, Leno's into it. So there's a law in California because, of course, there's a law in California. It's called a smog check law. And in order to cut down on pollution, they don't allow certain cars because they produce too much CO2. It creates too much smog. Well, Leno has a lot of those gas-guzzling vehicles in his collection, and he wants to be able to drive them out and about and get them licensed. So there's this law called Leno's Law that's being introduced in California, and it would exempt collector cars that are 35 years or older. And it would be exempt from this smog check law. So Leno is in California lobbying for this bill. When I first saw there was a Leno's Law, I was like, is this like a rule where if you get a job that Jay Leno wants, he has 7 months to take it back from you? Or how does this work? No. Turns out it's just about classic cars. This is what Leno's doing to keep busy in retirement.
Rolling by the state capitol, a parade of classic cars. Drivers of older Mustangs, Ramblers, Corvettes, calling on California lawmakers to exempt models 35 years and older from smog checks.
I know there's nothing more annoying than Hollywood people involved in politics. So
that includes collector and comedian Jay Leno, as he pushed for his Leno's Law to do this.
At least when Leno, it is annoying when celebrities get involved in politics, but like, at least when it's Leno, he's like, hey, I want to drive my classic car up and down the street. It's not someone being like, what we need to do is we need to fire all the white people and we should only hire trans black women. There's levels to the game, Jay. You're fine. I think you telling you want fucking Edsel around Burbank, I think that's a little different than you should let that hairy 6'4" man play basketball against my daughter's high school team. Again, levels.
The former TV star noted most stations no longer have the equipment to properly smog check the older cars. Those that do charge 3, 4, or 5 times as much as they would for more recent models.
But I put more miles on it looking for smog stations than I do driving the thing,
But for Leno and the bill's supporters, it's no joke. They cite the cultural importance and hot rod community rooted in California. A more serious...
There's no better illustration of how California is just a no-fun state full of just shitty bureaucrats that just... Look, by the way, look at this panel. California is one of those states that's like, diversity is our strength. Diversity is lovely. But it's funny that, these ideologues in California, their idea of diversity is just a bunch of white people telling you what black people want. It's an interesting political definition of diversity. It's just another word for control. And, this is such a California law. It's like, hey, I like to go out in my classic car. I like to have fun. Well, we have smog check laws in this state, mister, and we can't let you pollute. I drive the fucking thing 30 miles a year going to and from a show that's 5 miles from my house. Well, we got to protect the environment. Look. If the needle is going to be tipped by me, driving my Model T around 2 months out of the year, I think we're fucked already, counselor.
Serious tone struck in the state Senate's first hearing on this Tuesday afternoon.
Without smog check, emissions equipment can be tampered with or fail altogether, resulting in air pollution impacts substantially higher than
environmental.
Yeah, you guys know about that, how classic car shows are the only reason why there's any kind of climate change in the world. All these goddamn hot rodders getting to... Have you ever been to a car show? They park them. That's it. They sit there. They drive there together very slowly. And then they rev them up a couple of times, 2 or 3 times, and then they shut them off and let them sit there. That's what a car show is.
Groups and some Democrats worried about the impact on California's air and how some could abuse the system.
It would incentivize.
I got news for you guys. You could clean up California's air 100%, and all we'd be able to do without the smog, you should almost thank people for the smog. It's a lot harder to see all the homeless people shit on the sidewalks. If you clean up the smog and you get your way, it's going to be a lot of human feces that we couldn't see before. Oh, and don't forget the dirty heroin needles. And, of course, the dead junkie who OD'd on fentanyl, but nobody's going to know for the next 24 hours. Because he always just kind of lays there like that. What I'm trying to say is California might have a couple bigger fish to fry.
How some could abuse the system.
It would incentivize people to keep older, smoggier, junkier cars. And there would be no incentive because they're not running into the barrier of we're having a hard time smog checking this.
Listen to how these people talk about your freedom to own a fucking car. I bet you when we started this story, you guys were like, really, Leno talking about classic cars? No, this is a good window into how these people think, both in California and nationwide. They're treating your ability to own whatever car you want as some kind of hindrance to their great world efforts to make this a brave new world and a better place, and you're the asshole. If we don't have, listen to this lady. She's even unlikable in her voice. She said, if we don't have these laws, these people are going to keep, and listen to the way she talks about Americana. You know, this is the way these people feel about the history of this country. She goes, those old, dirtier, junkier cars. You ever been to a fucking car show? I'll tell you what, those cars at that car show look a lot better than these fucking cough drops you got us driving. So easy on the older, dirtier, junkier cars, you dummy. Go back to her. I hate her. I need time to hate her.
System. It would incentivize people to keep older, smoggier, junkier cars.
Go to Leno's hangar in Burbank and then tell me what's junky about the cars he has.
And there would be no incentive because they're not running into the barrier of we're having a hard time smog checking this.
So what she's saying is we want people to buy Teslas so we can etch swastikas in them and burn down their charging stations and dealerships. That's another funny thing coming from the left. Why don't you guys buy cleaner cars? Because you guys are trying to kill everybody driving one, who ironically are your own people, ideologically. But there will be no incentive for them to get rid of this shitty classic car and buy a shitty electric car that we're trying to bring. Yeah, there shouldn't be. You shouldn't be trying to make laws to force people to get rid of their cars and get a different one. Basically, what this Catherine Blake spear is saying is, you know what's really a hindrance to us doing what we want? People's individual freedom of choice.
Republicans noted this impacts less than 1% of cars on California's roads.
We are concerned about those emissions in a hearing like this, and then we all go jump on a plane and use more emissions going on the plane to wherever we're going.
Attaboy, attaboy. Hey, that's your Governor Newsom right there. This guy's right. This guy's got it right. I don't think Jay Leno is burning as much gas in his steam-powered car, first of all, as you guys are flying around everywhere.
Than these cars will ever put into our atmosphere anymore.
Archuleta?
Aye.
The bill passed while Leno pushed for compromise down the road.
I just assume people are going to do this, so let's work out something that makes it possible.
So it did pass. So Leno's law did pass. So these collectors won't have to worry about the state of California strong-arming them into dropping their classic cars. What a bunch of dicks.
This is just the first stop for Leno's law in California's long legislative process here at the state capitol. Its next stop will be in the Senate Appropriations Committee. Reporting at the state capitol, Ashley Zavala, KCRA 3 News.
You know how we do those stories from like backwoods Fuckville, Wisconsin? And you see some of the reporters and you go, oh my God. This is what happens when you get to big markets in like California and stuff. You go, oh, wow, she looks like a fucking angel with professionally done hair and makeup. It's, as they say, there's levels to this game, certainly. Lots of levels. Oh, well, after that whole story, I'll go back to the chat. Let's hit refresh. Let's see what we got. It's like putting a shrimp, but with this no begging stuff, it's like putting the shrimp bucket in. I got to work for a living. I got to see what I earn from my performance. So every time you go to a story, you come back to the chat. You're like, let's check the shrimp bucket. Nothing in PayPal, nothing in Venmo, Streamlabs, none of that. No super chats. Hey, we got a Rumble rant though. $1 from Hulkamasha Baby. It is hard to come to grips with the fact that you don't do well enough on your own to earn what, like your show. Like it wouldn't exist if you didn't, it's mostly out of guilt and pity that you get contributions. Ugh. Well, don't worry, guys. We'll be back to Beggy Thursday tomorrow. It'll be fine. 180 away from today. Hey, Hulkamash, thank you for the $1, though. We appreciate that. Aaron's ass is already broke in. Best you'd get is a half pack of cigs, maybe some cheap prison wine. And it's also not even about the thing we were talking about. It's just Aaron's gay. That's all it is. Nova says, have you considered replacing Johnny with Farron? What did Johnny do? I saw that Johnny was sick yesterday. I saw he wasn't feeling well. A lot of people were giving him shit yesterday because I was like, we're not begging today. We're not doing the rally thing. We're just going to, if we miss, we miss. And we didn't. We ended up hitting yesterday, morning and evening. I thank you guys for that. That's great. So I was like, well, let's try it again today. And it'll not work today. And then we'll go back to it tomorrow. But a nice 2-day break is kind of nice. This week has been kind of cool. Luckily, we can take the hit. You guys have been doing very well lately. But people were saying, like, Johnny was like, well, if we don't hit the goal by the time we get to 10, I'm not staying. And I was like, we're going to, we're just going to roll with what we roll with and hope the audience knocks it out. And people were like, fucking Johnny, you're not going to stick around because we don't pay you enough, you ungrateful sack of shit. Well, guys, I think it turns out that Johnny wasn't feeling very well. I think Johnny was doing poorly yesterday because he did a 30-minute show. I saw his YouTube channel. There was like a 30-minute show, and then it was out. It was gone. So I think he might have just not been feeling well yesterday. I did notice, and this might be a total coincidence. I did notice he started hitting that weed yesterday, and I started to lose him. But that could be because he was in pain and he was using the weed to manage it, and I would have lost him anyway. But, like, there was definitely a difference in the vibe of Johnny's performance yesterday once he started hitting that weed. And the anti-drug part of me was like, God damn it, that fucking weed. And I'm like, God, fucking weed just dulls you. It slows you down. Like, I hate when people say, oh, I perform better drunk or I perform better stoned. Nobody does. It doesn't exist. It doesn't happen. It dulls your edges 100%. Hacks say that. But then I was like, no, it's probably not. Yesterday on the show, he's like, no, I'm doing the weed because I'm falling apart because of the pain, because of all that stuff. So I'm not saying that this audience, went too far in like chastising or criticizing Johnny. And I certainly don't think you guys are going to take it back or feel bad, but I think he was kind of feeling it yesterday. And I think he was kind of feeling bad because he didn't do a very long show of his own. Yeah, Carlos says he has MS. How he feels depends on the hour. I mean, yeah, kind of. Root says Johnny literally fucking hates steel toe. I don't care how much y'all try to play up the bit. Johnny fucking hates this shit. Really? I don't get that vibe. I do. I don't, like, a lot of people have their fan fiction, and that's part of being a fan of a show, so I would never take that away from people. But the one thing about fan fiction is that last word, fiction, they're usually wrong. And I get it. It's because people want drama and they want things to be more exciting than they are. You know, the truth is Johnny does this 2 days a week, shows up, does the show. We pay him. He goes and does his own thing. It's not really much deeper than that. Nova says Johnny got a Canadian welfare bum and is off the steel toe train. Oh, boy. I do love it when people do that because they think my response is going to be like, really? Oh, my God. Well, I'll fucking get him. I'll show that ass. So I do like that it's kind of like they get to say that and then they get to go, oh, we're getting somewhere. And then I can kind of play into it and play it up. I can kind of be Santa Claus. I can give them their wish. Nova says Aaron is 100% right about the weed. And Johnny, I have to admit he's right. Dude, then you should hate yourself because I'm right about damn near everything. It gets proven. I don't even have to show receipt. Weed, then he's in pain because of the MS. So it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't. Sam Show says, you think the combo of him not being a morning person and it being 6 a.m. and him smoking pot might be an issue? I don't know. I mean, Corey's not much of a morning person. And like the way Corey used to deal with not being a morning person, this was always funny, was he would stay up until the show was on. Like when he used to drive here and he used to drive into the old studio at the radio station, he would tell me, he's like, hey man, I figured it out. I don't really like getting up early in the morning. So I've changed my sleep pattern. Like he became like a bat or like an owl. And he went, he said, I sleep a little during the day and then I stay up all night until it's time to do the show. And I'm like, I don't know if that's necessarily the answer either, Corey. And he's like, no, it works great for me. And the thing is, like, Corey's a weird guy, so you kind of got to let him operate his way. He's not like everybody else. Sam Show says, so Corey's problem was his sleep pattern and not the alcohol. I never got the problem that Corey had any problem with drinking when he was on this show, like in terms of it affecting his work. I didn't get that vibe at all. Bapa Shab says Corey's problem was being fat and unfunny. Am I an asshole for thinking Corey's a funny guy? Does that make me an asshole? I think Corey's funny. I like him. Coyote NV with $4.99 says, sorry, I have 401k sticker shock. Don't worry, buddy. It happens. Hey, you got us down to 175 for today. There's a chance that we can bang this thing out yet. We got about 35 minutes left to go on a no-beg Wednesday. 175 is our number. We lose. We've been doing very well lately, so I appreciate it. But, hey, that doesn't mean I don't want to win. But we're just saying how much the goal is and where you can give. Thank you if you feel like it. We got some prizes here still. First 40 gets coaster and stickers. First 20 gets 2 stickers as a thank you. Thank you, guys, very, very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Hey, look at this. What a fucking guy, huh? Look at this coming in. We've got $30 from Patrick. And he says, have some money, boss. I need anything back from this. I think he means I don't. But, Patrick, we're writing your name on 2 stickers. If you want to send me a message with your address, we'll send those out to you today. Thank you for the $30. What a guy, this Patrick. Thank you, pal. That's very nice of you. Let's throw him a little. He gets some Booker for 30.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
You know what that means? 145 away from today. Thank you very much, kids. 145 is the number. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. MSO says, I've decided I'm all in for the goal today. Thank you, buddy. That's the kiss of death right there. Link to the Jake says, let's fucking go. There we go. No Beg Wednesday. Let's see how close we get on a No Beg Wednesday. Hell, we're inside of 150. That's nice. I did want to get to this text we got. Oh, wow. Listen to this. Oh, it's somebody with a gossipy text. Says, that second marriage was a money pit. Oh, this is fun. This will be good. Let's take Aaron down money pit late. You know what people love? When they recognize something and they agree with you, but you're still going to spell it out for them. Ready? That second marriage was a money pit. 5-figure wedding. Custom wedding band. Did I get her a custom? Holy shit, I don't remember. New truck, expensive Vegas hotels. It's a miracle she didn't open up a steel toe food truck to try and one-up the barbecue beast guy you don't like. Thank you, buddy. I really appreciate you pointing out something that I already knew. You know what I love about this audience? He'd go, hey, man, don't worry about it. No problem. I'm happy to help. He wouldn't understand the sarcasm. Russell Brand. Oh, wow. I can't believe that this is still happening. So, you know, Russell Brand was charged with rape last week. Yeah. It's kind of a hindrance. Now, usually when that happens, you lose all of your stuff. You know, your bookings, remember, Louis C.K. didn't even get charged with any crimes. Louis C.K., just a bunch of women went, Louis, when I went up to his hotel room with him, he asked me if he could jerk off in front of me, and then he stopped me. He blocked the door. He sat between me and the door, so I felt like I couldn't leave. And then Louis C.K. whacked off in front of me. Now, he wasn't charged with a crime. A lot of the women even said he asked for permission, and they said yes, but they felt like they couldn't say no to this big ginger dork who was beaten off in front of them. And then, you know, this just kind of became a thing, and Louis was canceled. Like, Louis C.K. was the hottest comedian, I mean, in decades, in generations. He was a once-in-a-generation guy. He was doing movies. He was doing stand-up specials. He had a super hit show that won a fuckload of awards, and it was just getting better every season. I loved Louis. I thought it was a great show. But he got canceled just from the constant accusations of he's beating off in front of people. Now we have Russell Brand. He's charged with, like, rape. And not like he's charged with rape. He's charged with rapity rape, like the big one. The, like, you did it, and they said no, and you didn't give a fuck, and you just kept on going. Not like the one where it's like, we were both drunk, and then I felt like a hoe the next day. It's like, well, that's, both of you maybe need to learn a lesson about imbibing both alcohol and bodily fluids. But this is like, you know, the classic, if you will. Russell Brand is still keeping his speaking engagements. I can't believe that these places that have booked him are keeping him. Not even like personally, like they think he did it or they think he's a bad guy or anything like that, but more just like, just to divorce yourself from the whole thing and be like, I don't really want to be attached to Russell Brand right now. He's set to speak at a college in Florida this Saturday, even after he's been charged in London and has been sued for alleged behavior on a movie set in New York. Brand is lined up to appear as a guest speaker at New College of Florida in Sarasota. Oh, God. He's going to be speaking at a college. Yeah, there's going to be protests. There's going to be a lot of protests. A college, you're going to put a guy who just got charged with the big R at a university setting? Good fucking luck. New College confirmed to TMZ that Brand will speak at the event titled, Oh No. Guy, hey, chat. Go ahead and throw me a few titles of a speech that might be inappropriate for a guy who just recently got charged with sex crimes. Just throw a few titles out there for the speech. I'll give you a minute that you think might be mildly inappropriate for someone like Russell Brand to give. No, that's linked to the Jake. That's a little on the nose, I would say. Cletus will protect him. I don't think so. I can't believe they're letting him give the speech. And then what the speech is titled. Atomic Ray writes, "One wife isn't enough." Roots Calhoun, the title of the speech is "Come Here, Bitch." Roots Calhoun with another Russell Brand speech. "She wanted it." Eagle of America, "She asked for it." Fauci's Pangolin, "Pumping iron." Das Optic Nerve, "No means yes." Roots Calhoun, "Look how she was dressed." Roots is on fire. Mick Buster, "No means yes to me." Eaton Clams, "How Katy Perry stole my ass cherry." That one's gross. Roots' titles can be disgusting, but they're not that far off. The name of the speech is called "Thinking Without Permission." He was just charged with doing something without permission. And it was putting a piece of his body in someone else's body. It's one of the most sanctified things you can do. And one of the things you need consent for the most. And okay, look, you don't want to rebook him. It's expensive. You probably already paid him up front. I get it. You're a small college. You don't want to hire somebody new. Could we change the title of the speech from something other than "Thinking Without Permission"? Because he's more accused of acting without permission. Yes, I was wondering if you might be able to change it to "Dicking Without Permission." Oh, Nova already got that one. I just went back into the chat. "Dicking Without Permission." Yeah, great minds think alike. Hobo Chili Recipe writes, watch my penis disappear. Ta-da! No, it's not. He's not doing a magic show. It's going to be I'm going to make balloon animals, and this one's going to be of my cock. And then we'll put handcuffs on it. Chevy fan writes, what is consent anyways? Hey! Numero uno, Josh Denny fan speech title, another win for the toe. You know, you guys could throw us $145 in the next half hour and make it another win for the toe. But like I said, it's a no-beg Wednesday, so a loss is a loss. What do? I just figured since we can afford it, we give you guys a beg-free day. It worked yesterday, so we can still afford it. So if we knocked out all our goals, I was just going to keep the no-beg days going as long as possible. But it does look like today's the last one. But yesterday was great. Thank you guys very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Somebody, too, writes, shut up, bitch, let me finish. No, that would be a little too on the nose. Rational Redhead says it happened 20 years ago, and no one said anything until he shifted politically. Yeah, I think we're all aware of that one. I think most people can see this for what it is. And, I think with the Russell Brand thing, you know, a lot of people are criticizing him saying, oh, he made the conversion to Christianity because he knew these charges were coming or the investigation was happening and he wanted to like be able to hide behind the cross or whatever. I don't know. That could be true. But I do know that once COVID hit and he started questioning shit and he kind of left the Hollywood plantation, then all of a sudden, all of this stuff started happening. All of the investigations from shit that happened 20 years ago. It's, again, as soon as you become famous, they've got their blackmail ready to go. And as long as you're a good soldier and you do what they say and you don't think for yourself, it'll never come to light. You'll be a great guy. You'll be an ambassador for the business, and they'll tell everybody how wonderful you are, Tom Hanks. But the minute you step out of line, they're like, hey, you know that blackmail we've had in our back pocket? Yeah, we got a girl to say that you art her. So we're launching an investigation because I just can't believe how terrible of a guy you are. Eaton Clam says, I hope he sings Inside of You from Forgetting Sarah Marshall. That would be kind of fun. That would be kind of funny if the fucking balls on that guy, if he decided to do that song at a college speech a week after he got charged with the old R. Let's go to numero uno. Josh Denny fan says, hey, Rational Redhead, are you single and into overweight conservative comedians? My boy Denny is looking for love. Oh, look at that. He's trying to find love for Josh Denny. That's sweet. Bapa Shab says he's blackmailed by Jews and this is his sword of Damocles. He will never mention Gaza after this. We'll see. We'll see. Das Optic Nerve says Aaron's got his blackmail ready to go too. Hey, no, you spelt it wrong. It's one word and it's M-A-I-L. And you spelt it black space M-A-L-E. I don't think you meant to spell it that way. I think you meant to spell it different. I'm just letting you know that you spelled blackmail wrong. Thank you, Coyote NV with $4.99. He says, Melton dared you to bring on the feds last night. I don't have to. They're already looking into it. What a retard. Bring on the feds. They're brought in it. It's being brought in, stupid. He couldn't talk like more of a guilty man. Shut up. You're not doing yourself it. You already helped me a lot. Like, you helped me. You have no idea how much your Discord helped in this whole process getting as far as it did. Thank you very much, Mr. 4D chess player. What a retard. Mussolini, not you, Coyote. Mussolini Diff with $2 says, Russell Brand's These Cunts Be Trippin'. It's not a bad name for it. Thank you, guys. 140 away from today and 25 minutes to do it. How about a couple big hundo drops? That'd be cool. Let's go to Rational Redhead. Oh, bad news. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan. She's married on going on 24 years and 6 kids. So I thought Denny had like a black wife. I thought he was like a fat conservative Bill Burr. What happened to the black wife? Numero uno. Give me some help here. Nova says Melton is the Vito of the Dabbleverse. I think Melton's stuff was a little darker than Vito, to be honest with you. Nova says, since the chat is the co-host today, Aaron should be paying us. You know what? I can't even pay me today. We haven't knocked out today's goal, so I can't pay you. How am I going to pay you? Numero Uno says, Jenny's girlfriend of 12 years left him for a black guy. Not making this up. God damn it. Well, that sucks. Because all I know about Denny is what I've seen on like Red Bar, and then he did some Compound stuff. And I know that he had a black girlfriend. When did that happen? When did Josh Denny lose to the black fella? Bridget with $20 says, great show over there on Venmo. Thank you very much, Bridget, for the $20. Give her a Hulkster.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Hey, I ain't trying to say tell any tales out of school here, but we're 120 away from today. We might actually do this thing. Holy shit. Numero Uno says it was a few months ago. Okay. Well, shit. So he's probably still a little heartbroken over the whole thing. Well, if he's close to Florida, he can go to Russell Brand's new speech, Thinking Without Permission. Other notable speakers participating in the Thinking Without Permission series. Oh, boy. Here we go. Roman Polanski. No, I'm just kidding. That would be Mike Tyson. No. These are not. Brian Callen and Chris D'Elia will all be making speeches at this big event. No, they've actually got some decent names. Tom Homan, the border czar. And, Alan Dershowitz. Wait a minute. Isn't Dershowitz an Epstein guy? Wasn't he Epstein's lawyer? And he was on the plane and he was... Isn't Dershowitz like kind of the Epstein guy? Ugh. The Liberal Arts College has beefed up its right-wing faculty and staff in recent years after Florida Governor DeSantis overhauled the school's leadership and steered it sharply in a conservative direction. I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know that the governor could just be like, be conservative. Do right-wing things. Numero Uno says Josh has been tweeting his feelings hardcore. Oh, that's too bad. I don't dislike Josh Denny. Josh Denny gave me some advice. He said, hey, man, don't put your wife on your show. So you can say whatever you want about Josh Denny. You can think he's whatever, but he's got some tips. He's got some tips that kind of work out. So he was kind of mean to April, though. He kept calling her Jules. That's not her name. Her name isn't Jules. Name is not Jules. I mean, maybe lines or bumps, but not Jules. Thank you, Bridget, for that $20. Thank you, Atomic Ray, with $2. He says, donating without permission. Hey, thank you, buddy. Guess what? We're only 120 away from banging this thing out on a no-goal Wednesday. Or not no-goal, no-beg Wednesday. So we can still hammer out 120. Papa Shab says Dershowitz claimed he only received an over-the-clothes massage. You fucking kidding me? We're supposed to believe that this asshole's getting a what? One more time? An over-the-clothes massage? Get the fuck out of here. Oh, yeah, while all these other really powerful guys and really amazing people were all fucking 14 and 15-year-old girls, I was just getting an over-the-clothes massage. I'm just such a good guy. King of all Yetis says Patrick Melton is just a fatter, gayer, less funny Josh Denny. And Josh Denny is just a fatter, gayer, less funny Mersh. Trying to do the hierarchy there of how he just made that. I think so. Mersh is it goes Mersh, Denny, Melton. Boy, that's a 3, 4, 5-year order that'll clean up the base paths. Nice work. Thank you guys for the contributions. I appreciate it. All right, let's go to the next thing. We got 3 more stories left today. Is that what we got? I don't care about this fucking Apple tariffs shit. Apple's trying to get around the tariffs, and they're doing it in a very Apple fucking sneaky way. Ooh, we got more crazy fucking Florida people. Apparently you guys get in traffic incidences and you just start blowing each other's heads off. Congratulations, guys. You're really leading the world in cultural civility. Nova says fat people are gay because they have no options, not because they are gay. Oh, that's an interesting theory. So fat, if you ever see a fat gay guy, he actually doesn't like cock. He just can't get pussy. Wow. So being fat is a lot like being in prison. All right. Being a fat white woman is kind of like being in prison. You got to settle for black dick. Sorry. No, this is, I should leave. You know what? I should go. I should go. I should leave. I should go. That was too goddamn far. Leave it at 120, not another dime. That was wrong. No PayPal, no Venmo, no Streamlabs. Always know to plug your donations after a racist joke. You'll see what happens. Let's go to this Florida story, the Port St. Lucie story. You Florida people, you guys always tell me, like, this part of the state is where the fucking hillbillies and crazy people live. This part of the state is where more hillbillies and crazy people live. But the real crazies and hillbillies live over here. This is a Port St. Lucie story. This is what road rage gets you in Florida. You see, in Minnesota, road rage will get you a honk of the horn, and if it's really bad, a middle finger. That's about it. But you're never in danger of someone getting out of their car and beating the shit out of you.
Covering the Treasure Coast, a woman is facing felony charges tonight after threatening other drivers with a gun in Port St. Lucie.
There are people who will threaten you with a gun, and they won't do shit. And then there are people who are crazy, old, ugly, fat bitches who probably have nothing to lose. I have no problem believing that this woman would cap you.
Sam Hyde spoke with one of the victims and is live tonight with what she said about some scary moments. Ari?
Yeah, scary doesn't begin to describe it. That's what fish.
Am I right, Ari? Yeah, scared. Oh, my God. I was so scared. I thought I was going to be injured.
He first told me it happened here around Saturday night, right near this round.
It's not very nice that they give the Jewish reporter the coverage of the Treasure Coast. It's kind of seems a little stereotypical.
Roundabout. And what that victim told me, what made it so much worse, is in this area, there's really no place to pull over, no place to try to get away. And soon after that, she found herself staring at a gun pointed directly at her.
Well, now the woman with the gun is just another asshole sitting in the roundabout blocking up traffic. By the way, some people do not get roundabouts. If you approach and nobody's coming, go. There's people who sit there and they treat the entry to the fucking roundabout like it's a stop sign. Like if there's somebody coming, you got to slow down, you got to stop, let them pass, and then you pop right in behind them. It should be legal to get out of your car and beat someone if they stop long enough with no cars coming at a roundabout.
It was supposed to just be a fun night out for Kylie Pignon and her girlfriend, but it became something very different.
It was very scary. We don't want to experience it ever again.
Kylie says they were driving here near.
Yeah, she wants to eat a hoagie, not lead. Sorry. It's just getting me. We're getting towards the end of the show. We're going to miss by about $100 today. And I'm just being mean. That's all it is. It's just getting nasty. It's not nice.
Northwest California Boulevard and Northwest University Boulevard in Port St. Lucie. It was Saturday night just before 6 p.m. She says the car in front of her was driving slowly, so she went to pass.
She rolled down her window and started screaming at us. We had our windows up, so I don't know quite what she said.
Kylie says she backed off, got behind the car, but then she noticed the other driver had a gun.
She just was continually going like this, like out the side of her window as we're driving past her.
That is an effective way to get people not to fuck with you on the road. I mean, if you're just sitting there waving a gun like this out your, just like to the beat of the music, like you're just following the bass with your pistol, take the fucking hint and do not dick with that person. Go back. What was the situation like again?
Boulevard in Port St. Lucie. It was Saturday night just before 6 p.m. She says the car in front of her was driving slowly, so she went to pass.
She rolled down her window and started screaming at us. We had our windows up, so I don't know quite what she said.
Kylie says she backed off, got behind the car, but then she noticed.
Are you fucking crazy? Some crazy bitch has a gun and she's screaming at you, and you're going to I guess I'll fall in line and go right behind them, so they can reach behind their seat and just pop a few rounds off at me. And no offense, lady, you're a big target. Get the fuck out of there. Pass her as quickly as humanly possible.
Noticed the other driver had a gun.
She just was continually going like this, like out the side of her window as we're driving past her. And then every now and then she'd go flick it kind of back to where, it was aiming at us.
Yeah, thus why maybe the passing thing was a good idea.
Kylie says they were terrified, called the police, who told them to get away as quickly as they could.
You don't want to respond to any gestures. You want to get to a public, visible area as quickly as you can. Call 911.
But before they could do that, Kylie says the driver with the gun slammed on the brakes, got out of the car, and pointed the gun at them.
Run that fucker over as fast as you can.
She had it like this and said, I'm going to f***ing shoot you. And we were both like, no, don't, we're calling the cops. We don't know what.
That always works. Whenever someone gets out and points a gun and goes, I'm going to fucking shoot you, you go, no, don't do that. They're like, oh, shit, really? You don't want me to? Oh, well, I'm sorry. I thought this was going to be a thing. Like, I was going to say, I'm going to shoot you, and then we're just going to use your gelatinous midsection for target practice. Oh, you don't want me to shoot you? You're calling the cops? Oh, fuck. Well, I should have thought about that, huh?
What the problem is.
Police have identified the other driver as Nicole Peath of Port St. Lucie, and they say this is
more like Nicole Peace, am I right? I say that because she looks like a hot piece of ass, not because the gun is a piece. I mean, look at her. You wouldn't? Come on. Keep you warm in the winter.
The gun she was pointing at Kylie. Fortunately, no shots were ever fired and nobody was injured.
I just never expected somebody to run me off the road and pull a gun out for me, trying to pass them going.
That's the problem. You never do. Every time someone pulls a gun on you and stops and pulls you over, you're always surprised.
Slow,
Be patient. Getting where you're going safely is a whole lot more important than being right.
Wait a minute. Are you trying to blame the victim here? What are you doing? Somebody's taking up a lane and you want to get around them. Just, you never know if they're going to shoot you in the fucking brains, so don't pass them.
Let it go.
As for Peath, she is now facing 2 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. She is currently free on bond. We tried multiple times today to reach her, but unfortunately she did not respond to our request to see if she wanted to tell her side of this story.
No, she did. It's just she didn't respond verbally. She just leaned her gun out the window and just went like this. Just let you know that she's geared up for battle. Nova says, you need an elephant gun to get through that fatty. Do you? 9mm won't do it, huh? 1:20 away from today. Looks like we're going to lose. No begging today. We're not going to do a final 5-minute thing, anything like that. No Jewish music. We take our lumps like a man today. We're doing a shoot till you miss, no beg week. And we won on Tuesday. So we got a little break on Tuesday. We got a break on Wednesday. We'll be back at it tomorrow. 120 is the number for today. Go ahead and donate. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. If you knock out today's goal, we'll give you board naming rights position for the rest of the month. Whoever knocks out the goal gets naming rights on the board for the next month. And I have to, as long as it doesn't get me banned on YouTube, I have to call it whatever you want me to call it. This is not like you can't call it. No, I don't call it cucko board. That's not cool. You throw in the 120, you knock out the goal, you get to name the board for the rest of April. You smarmy son of a bitch. So there's the links in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. There you go. That's our final offer for today. This is insane. James Carville has been doing shows lately, and I really thought that James Carville would be the guy that would tell Democrats, like, look, you guys are being stupid and you got to cut the shit and blah, blah, blah. But James Carville has been infected with mental retardation. And now he's going on shows saying that not only is Trump going to win the midterms, but he's going to rig them and then he's going to declare martial law. We've had the Trump's going to declare martial law thing for, 8 years now? Like, even when he wasn't president, he was going to find a way to declare martial law. And now we got otherwise smart people like James Carville saying it. Oh, by the way, Dive Bar says for a whole month, that's retarded. A week, maybe. No. And also, it would make tomorrow a no-beg Thursday. If that 120. So it would be another no-beg day. And no, if they knock out that's how much I like hitting goals. It makes me feel good. So if we knock out the 120, that person gets to name the board for the rest of the month. I think it's a fair trade to me. $120. Well, and if you do half of it, we'll let you name it for the rest of this week and all of next week. And then the other person who throws in 60 can get the rest of the month. I think that's fair. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. I mean, it's not going to happen anyway, so don't worry about it. Here we go, and they get to call it whatever they want. Here's the James Carville clip on the fucking really, really, really crusty old white liberal guy show. What is this show called? The Politics War Room with Al Hunt. Sounds like a charisma palace to me.
I'm going to combine two. Gina in Casper, Wyoming, asked, is Trump looking to spark enough protests to justify declaring martial law in 2026, thus suspending...
Wait a minute. Sparking protest... Where is Donald Trump sparking protests? Are these people... What world do they live in? What are they watching? Trump is the one sparking protest? I'm sorry. I don't see Trump... I don't see MAGA hats carving swastikas into Teslas. I don't see them setting charging stations on fire. I don't see them gathering at Tesla dealerships. I don't see them lining up hundreds deep on Division Street in St. Cloud this past weekend. So, like, it's this habit that Democrats have of taking the thing that they do and then saying Trump's going to do it. Remember, they're like, if Trump gets in office, he's going to charge all his political enemies with crimes and try to throw them in jail. How do they know he's going to do that? Because that's what they've been trying to do to him. Oh, he's going to organize a bunch of paid-for protests, and he's going to cause a bunch of trouble so that it shakes things up. Well, how do you know that? Because that's what we're doing right now. Oh.
In the election. And Danielle in Montreal, Canada asked, with everything going on lately, what makes you think there will be midterm elections for sure? If there are, won't they be rigged? These are serious questions.
The people who rigged 2020 are now saying that other people are going to rig 2026. Oh, it's just... Dude, you can't make it up.
Serious people are asking, James.
No, they're not. You're saying serious people are asking this? It's some fucking lady from Casper, Wyoming you got an email from. Hey, I mean, come on, Becky from Casper. I mean, how much more normal can you get?
If they are, I take them serious. They deserve a serious answer. And a serious answer is not necessarily an encouraging answer. I've said it before, say it again. Trump does not like the United States.
You hear that, guys? The country that he's been president of twice and that he's gone through hell and it's cost him money and it almost cost him his freedom, fucking hates the country, doesn't like it at all.
Like our laws, he doesn't like our Constitution, he doesn't like
our laws and our Constitution, then why is he bringing back 200-year-old laws to enforce immigration? He loves our laws. He's a classical guy.
Our people,
he doesn't love laws the way Biden does, like when he pardons his family members from breaking them. That's a guy who loves America and the Constitution and the law.
Some fat. He calls them poorly educated, slobs, stupid.
So he is still a Democrat. These people are insane.
And he is in the midst of what I believe, I've said, and continue to believe even strongly every day, we're in the midst of a collapse.
Oh.
And if you look at the markets, if you look at all across the board, the political collapse was spotting. Look what happened in Wisconsin. Look what's going on with all of the Musk and the craziness. And what I think, if he sees himself going down, he's going to try to take the whole country with him.
This is all just fan fiction. They're all just pulling this out of their own ass. Oh, yeah, if he sees the country going down, he's going to declare martial law, and he's going to take over the country, and he's not going to let there be elections. What ass are you pulling this out of? Well, I need that to be true because I've been saying that about the guy for 10 years now. Well, I'm sorry, but the only people who have done any of the things that you're talking about are your people. Eating Clams with $10 says they can't all be wins. Fun show today. There's your pep talk. The rest of the month, I'll be insulting you. Thank you, Eating Clams. I appreciate it. Yeah, it feels good to not have to do a beg show. I like not having to do a beg show. We can ask you guys for money in a playful way, try to get down to zero, and if we miss, we miss. Well, it did bring the cost of the naming rights of the board down to $110. So there is that. I mean, hell, let's haggle. I'll settle for $100, and I'll give you the naming rights of the board for the rest of the month. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. All of a sudden, this is not a bad miss anymore. You guys got it down to about $100 today. Thank you very much for that. So yeah, I think we can take James Carville off the serious political analyst board. I think he's lost it. I really do. Kyler gifting a membership on Rumble. Who got it? Who got the membership from Kyler? Are we playing Pay It Forward? We have enough time to play Pay It Forward. 105 away from today. Thank you very much, Kyler. A hundo gets the board. A hundo gets the board, or a nice 105 miss today for the toe, which again, no beg Tuesday, no beg Wednesday. It worked out pretty well. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. I don't see who's getting the, come on, don't keep me in suspense. And now Kyler says somebody better pay that forward. Oh, shit, we're getting stipulations on the gift. Who's it going to? It should go to Vic. It should go to Mad Moof. It should... What? He's right there. It's fucking... Give it to Mad Moof. Oh, Vic got it. Vic got the membership. Oh, well... Vic Q got the membership. Mad Move's going to have to settle for another one some other time. Well, thank you guys very much. Only $100 miss on a no-beg day. I like that. Thank you guys so much. There's the links in the chat. $100, you get the naming rights to the board. I'll keep that offer open until the evening show tonight. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of your day, guys. It was a lot of fun. It was a great show, and I hope you enjoyed it. Take it easy. Have a great rest of the day, and we will see you very, very soon.